Sure. Well, I think it's just so much cheaper. And is it in that? Because everybody that is that prejudice.
And we got our little Lyft driver. He found us yesterday. Fine. Yeah, he found us. Yeah, so that turned out good.
They put the kids on them.
Yes. Yeah, that was good.
You know, I Good morning, sir. How much are you?
He is, he flew in and he just got
Nothing.
in.
They gave me
Yeah.
a rental place. I finally got a car. They gave me a barrel. No, I drove to see the.
Folded yourself into a barrel.
Gotcha. Okay. So is he coming late?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Well, it's very casual. It's called Presses. RPSAS. It's it's super casual, but they'll take a week to dive in. It's not just like curbside or whatever, but yeah.
It's so casual. You're sitting on the ground.
It needs stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are we ready? Okay. Okay.
Oh, see, I'm not a fan. I like the fan.
Good morning. I would like to call the October 20. Sorry, I'm going to start over. Good morning. I'd like to call the October 2022 board meeting to order. The time is 9:05. I will start the meeting this morning with the board's mission statement and philosophy. The mission statement. The mission of the Texas Board of Nursing is to protect and promote the welfare of the people of Texas by ensuring that each person holding a license as a nurse in the state of Texas is competent to practice safely. The board fulfills its mission through the regulation of the practice of nursing and the approval of nursing education programs. This mission, derived from the Nursing Practice Act, supersedes the interest of any individual, the nursing profession, or any special interest group. Philosophy. Acting in accordance with the high standards of ethics, accountability, efficiency, effectiveness, and openness, the Texas Board of Nursing approaches its mission with a deep sense of purpose and responsibility and affirms that the regulation of nursing is a public and private trust. The board assumes a proactive leadership role in regulating nursing practice and nursing education. The board serves as a catalyst for developing partnerships and promoting collaboration in addressing regulatory issues. The public and nursing community alike can be assured of a balanced and responsible approach to regulation. So I'd like to welcome all our board members, board staff, and audience this morning to this board meeting. This meeting is being held pursuant to the Texas Government Code, Section 551.127. And please remember to mute or turn off any cell phones. Today's meeting is being held in person at the Hobby Building located at 333 Guadalupe, Room 100, Austin, Texas, and is open for anyone of the public to attend and observe. So I just want to say to the audience that our board members have received, it would have been reams, it would have been printed out of information that we have read and prepared in order to be ready for this meeting. And sometimes it may seem that we're spending very little time on the topic, but we have prepared and looked at this information before we had our meeting. So we'll begin with the board member roll call. Ms. Thomas?
Representing consumers, Harold Chambers.
Harold Chambers here.
Representing RN Practice, Laura Disk.
Laura Disk, present.
Representing RN Practice, Carol Hawkins.
Carol Hawkins, present.
Representing consumers, Maisie Jameson.
Maisie Jameson, present.
Representing LVN Education, Ken Johnson.
Ed Johnson, present.
Representing LVN Practice, Kathy Leader-Horn.
Kathy Leader-Horn, present.
Representing Baccalaureate Nursing Education, Allison Porter Edwards.
Allison Edwards, present.
Representing Consumers, David Saucedo. Just walked in the door.
Present.
Good morning. Representing LVN Practice, Melissa Scott.
Melissa Scott, present.
Representing Associate Degree Nursing Education, Tyrone Sharp.
Tyrone Sharp, present.
Representing Advanced Practice Registered Nursing, Kathy Ship.
Kathy Shep, present.
Representing Consumers, Rick Williams.
Rick Williams, present.
And representing LVN Practice, Kim Wright. Ms. Wright is absent. We have a quorum.
So at this time, thank you, Ms. Thomas. We will proceed with the introduction of board members and staff. Dr. Edwards.
Good morning. My name is Allison Edwards. I am faculty at University of Texas School of Nursing in Houston. And I teach in the undergraduate program.
Tyrone Sharp, and I'm faculty and the program director of the Associate Degree Nursing Program at Houston Community College. Missed all of that.
Thank you.
This is Maisie Jameson from Dallas. I represent consumers.
Good morning, I'm Ken Johnson. I represent LVN Education, and I'm faculty at Howard College in Big Spring.
Good morning, I'm Kathy Leader-Horn. I represent LVN Practice. I work for United Healthcare out of Fort Worth.
Good morning, I'm Rick Williams, and I'm out of Killeen, Texas, and I represent consumers.
Good morning, I'm Carol Hawkins. I'm from San Antonio, Texas, representing RN Practice, and I'm a clinical educator at South Texas Mine and Surgery Hospital.
Daryl.
I'm Daryl Chambers. I'm from representing Grand Prairie for consumers.
Good morning. I'm David Salcedo. I come from the, of course, world famous West Texas and El Paso, and I'm always just in time. Okay, and I represent the consumers.
Good morning, I'm Melissa Scott, and I represent LVN Practice, and I am a nurse in Fort Worth at Cook Children's Medical Center.
Good morning. I'm Laura Disk. I'm a registered nurse. I represent nursing practice. I serve as the Chief Operating Officer at HCA Regional Hospital in McAllen.
Thank you. And I'm Kathy Ship. I represent APR in practice on the board. I'm faculty at West Texas A&M University in their Family Nurse Practitioner Program. And then I do women's health in a clinic in the Lubbock area. So thank you, board members, for being here, and Ms. Thomas with the staff.
Good morning. I'm Catherine Thomas. I'm the Executive Director of the board. And we'll go around the room and introduce staff in the same way. So staff be alert and ready to pick up next. Dusty.
All right, I'm up. Good morning, Dusty Johnson, and I'm General Counsel with the board.
Chris.
Good morning, Kristen Benton, Director of Nursing.
Good morning, Mark Mayak, Operations Director.
Good morning, Patricia Bianca, Librarian, Executive Assistant.
We have staff in the, there are staff in the audience. Can you?
A ton of
introduce
staff in
yourself?
the back.
Yeah.
Ryan Miller, Assistant General.
Cutest little thing. I could put him in my pocket.
Lisa Donley, Education Consultant. Jan Hoover, Education Consultant.
I think we got everybody.
Thank you so much, board members and staff, and welcome to you, those who are in the audience. So let's get started with reviewing the agenda. Are there any changes, corrections, amendments to the full agenda? Okay, hearing no changes, board members and staffs, are there any other changes to the agenda? Okay, and can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
This is Allison Edwards, and I move to approve the October 2022 board meeting agenda.
Thank you. And is there a second?
This is Melissa Scott, and I second.
Thank you. Having a motion and a second to approve the agenda. If no objection from board members, the agenda is approved. This vote is being taken according to Board Policy 2.7, Simplified Parliamentary Policy Rule 4. Board members, let's review the minutes from July 21, 22 board meeting. Are there any corrections to those minutes? Okay. Hearing no corrections, Dr. Edwards, can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
Yes, this is Allison Edwards. I move to approve the minutes of July 21st, 2022 board meeting.
Thank you. And is there a second?
This is Macy Jamison, I second.
Thank you. Having a motion and a second to approve the minutes. If no objection from board members, the minutes are approved. And this vote is being taken according to Board Policy 2.7, Simplified Parliamentary Policy Rule 4. Let's move on to consent agenda. Board members, are there any items on the consent agenda only that anyone would like to have pulled off the consent agenda? And this is for consent agenda only.
Madam President, this is Allison Edwards. I would like to have agenda item 3.2.7, report of an program closure and current situation for students at Aspen University in Austin, Texas, Faculty of Nursing Education Program pulled from the consent agenda for discussion.
So noted. Let the record reflect that agenda item 3.2.7 has been pulled off the consent agenda for discussion. Continuing with the consent agenda, board members, are there any recusals for the consent agenda? And okay, I do have some recusals. So this is for consent agenda only. Kathy Shep, Macy Jamison will recuse from 8.6.2. Consideration of proposal for decision, recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number 315193 issued to Siobhan Marie Harkis. So a docket number 507222199. And Carol Hawkins Garcia and Macy Jamison will recuse from 8.7.1, consideration of order of dismissal and remand, recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number 352218 issued to Corey Allen Bingle. So a docket number 50722009998. Dr. Edwards, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of agenda items 3.7.3, 3.2.7, 8.6.2, and 8.7.1?
Yes, this is Allison Edwards. I move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of agenda items 3.2.7, 8.6.2, and 8.7.1.
Thank you. And is there a second on the motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of agenda items 3.2.7, 8.6.2, and 8.7.1?
This is Ken Johnson. I second.
Thank you. Have a motion and a second. We'll now take a vote. Are we going to do board docs voting? Okay. You want me to call it as well as, okay.
Because we don't have that on display, so you can do a voice vote is fine. And then vote on the board docs too. I would do that. I mean,
Okay, having a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote. We are in person for this meeting, and I will call a vote if you will say yay or nay. And we will also vote in board docs. Yeah, because I don't see where it would tell me what the board docs, you'll tell me. Okay, all right, Daryl Chambers.
Darrell Chambers, 4.
Daryl, can you move your closer?
Darrell Chambers, 4.
Can you hear him? We're having a hard time.
mic is on. It's
Darrell Chambers, 4.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Laura Disk? Laura Disk, 4.
And make sure that you do say your name that you're voting. Carol Hawkins Garcia,
Carol Hawkins Garcia, 4.
Macy Davison,
Macy Jameson, 4.
Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Liederhorn,
Kathy Liederhorn, 4.
Dr. Allison Porter Edwards,
Allison Edwards, 4.
David Saucedo,
David Salcedo, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Dr. Tyron Sharp,
Tyrone Sharp, 4.
Kathy Shipp, I vote for, and Rick Williams.
Rick Williams, 4.
Thank you, and the motion passes. Thank you, board members. We will now take a vote on consent agenda item 8.6.2. Dr. Edwards will now call for the vote on the agenda item 8.6.2 due to my recusal.
We will now take a vote on consent agenda item 8.6.2. Can I get a motion to approve agenda item 8.6.2, noting the following board members recused from the vote on this item because they were on the E&T committee that voted to temporarily suspend the nursing license involved in this PFD, which is Madam President Shipp and Macy Jameson. Need a board member.
This is Melissa Scott, and I move to adopt all of the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law in the PFD and impose an enforced suspension of the respondent's license until respondent completes treatment and demonstrates 12 consecutive months of sobriety, followed by 3 years of probationary stipulations as is set out in the attached proposed order.
This is Rick Williams, I second.
Having a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote. Darrell Chambers, and again, you'll state your name and then for or against.
Darrell Chambers, 4.
Laura Disk. Laura Disk, 4. Carol Garcia Hawkins.
Carol Garcia, 4.
Ken Johnson.
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Liederhorn.
Kathy Liederhorn, 4.
Allison Edwards, 4. David Saucedo.
David Salcedo, 4.
Melissa Scott.
Melissa Scott,
4. Oh, sorry, Scott. Dr. Sharp.
Tyrone Sharp, 4.
Rick Williams.
Rick Williams, 4.
We have recused as Madam President Kathy Shipp and Macy Jameson. The motion passes. Now we move on to item 8.7.1. Can I get a motion noting the following board members have recused from the vote on this item because they were on the ENT committee that voted to temporarily suspend the nursing license involved in this BFD, which was Carol Hawkins Garcia and Macy Jameson.
So, this is Kathy Shipp,
that's okay.
I move to approve agenda item 8.7.1. Is there a second on the motion to approve consent, agenda item 8.7.1?
This is Ken Johnson, I second.
Thank you. Having a motion and a second, I will now take a vote. Daryl Chambers,
Darrell Chambers, 4.
Laura Disk,
Laura Disk, 4.
Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Liederhorn,
Kathy Leaderhorn, 4.
Dr. Edwards,
Allison Edwards, 4.
David Salcedo,
David Salcedo, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Dr. Sharp,
Tyrone Sharp, 4.
Kathy Chip, 4, and Rick Williams.
Rick Williams, 4.
And let the record reflect that Carol Hawkins Garcia and Macy Jamison recused. And the motion passes. Thank you, board members. Staff and audience will now begin with the meeting with the agenda item 1.1, Executive Director's Report.
Good morning. Board members and staff and members of the audience, welcome to our October board meeting. And please note that this is the last meeting we will hold in the William P. Hobby Building.
Can you possibly pull your microphone a little bit closer?
It sounds loud up here, but apparently it's not very loud. Anyway, this is the last meeting we will hold in the William P. Hobby Building. We already moved to our new office. I want to point out that there is a crew filming a movie here in the building today, so they can be a little loud out in the hallway, and if we hear them, we'll try to tone it down. But this movie will be filming through the remainder of the week, and here we are. So just adding a little adventure to our last meeting. I want to welcome everybody who's here today, and particularly want to extend a special welcome to a new practice consultant that we have at the board, Paul Bradley. Paul, would you wave back there? He introduced himself earlier, but you might not have noticed in the sea of introductions. Paul has been with us a few weeks in a relatively short time and is absorbing a lot of information. He brings a wealth of knowledge and information to his job, which are going to be very beneficial to us. He has a Master's of Science in Nursing, and he also has a certificate in Health Technology, Information Technology, and Health Information Exchange at the University of Texas at Austin. He has a Master's in Media Arts from the University of South Carolina. And while completing his studies, he assisted in research on improving health literacy in patients with heart failure using a video game-based learning. So lots of skills. We're really looking forward to working with you, Paul. Welcome here today. You all will remember that I introduced our new education consultant a few meetings ago because she's been with us since January, Dr. Lisa Donnelly. There she's waiting in the back, and she'll be participating in presentations today, and Dr. Hooper will introduce her, but we're really pleased that this is her first real face-to-face meeting. So welcome, Lisa. We also have a new attorney, Lee Garnett, and she's not here today. She is otherwise tied up, but you'll welcome her at another meeting. This year, the board, or not the board, the council did not welcome any new states into the nurse licensure compact. That leaves us at 37 states and 2 territories. There are several sort of implementation dates that vary or have not yet been announced. So Pennsylvania and Ohio are the 2 states, and Guam and the Virgin Islands are the 2 territories that will be joining us soon. There are a number of items or a number of states that have introduced bills. They have not moved this session, but remember that in some states they meet every year, and other states they're like us every other year. And in those states that meet every year, they often have a budget year or a very short cycle followed by a longer session, which will come this 2023. So we hope to see all these bills either continued or reintroduced in these other states. There's about 8 of them pending right now. I wanted to point out that we have promoted the use of e-Notify through our online nurse portal. And many nurses have signed up for it. We continue to grow in the number who have. The benefit to the nurses is they get to have real-time alerts about their license status, their renewal, and so on. And if there's any action taken on their license and maybe they fail to tell the board where they are these days, like change of address, they will find that out as well. So currently there are about 2,100 nurse employers, and they have 924,000 nurses signed up under them. You'll notice that some nurses work in more than one site, or they transitions, so that represents a higher number than our number of licensees. There are also 193 nurses who have self-enrolled, and these are Texas nurses. That's 41% of our active population. And nurses or NCSB also reports that there are 38,482 nurses who have active remote multi-state licenses, but list Texas as their address. So we are assuming they're currently practicing in Texas. I'm happy to answer any questions for you. You have a written report to refer to. I'll take questions.
So I just wondered if you wanted to give just a small little overview of the move and how that's going, and beautiful building, still construction around it. Hard to get an Uber or Lyft person to get you there. We found that out yesterday, but what are the staff thinking? And
we moved over a week in August and continue to come over here and check on the status of our items that are yet to be claimed by other state agencies. So we have left some things here as have other agencies. There's only one other agency in the building right now, the medical board, and they'll be moving later this month. So that will close this building down essentially at the end of October. And we expect it to be listed on the auction block beginning next year. We're uncertain about that right now, but we'll definitely be here if the building is demolished. We'll be standing outside watching. We've been here for 27 years, so it's a long time. We came from another location in North Austin, and I believe this is the longest we've been at one location. Mark, is that right? Mark and I have been here a long time, and he has been here 2 years longer than me. So, at any rate, Tony and I came in the same year, and Kristen was a board member before she joined the staff. So she's been with us a long time as well. But we're very excited to move to our new space in the George H.W. Bush building. It's located in the Capitol complex. There'll eventually be a pedestrian mall walkway to the Capitol. It's not complete yet. There are other things that aren't complete, but our offices are pretty much done, and we are very pleased to be there. It's a beautiful building and location, and we'll be right across from the Bob Bullock Museum, which is the History Museum of Texas, and across the street from the Blanton Museum, the Art Museum at the University of Texas. So very, very nice location. Be patient with us as we get parking. We're currently in temporary parking quarters, and eventually we will get parking. Eventually we'll be able to reserve conference center space either in our building or close to our building that will hold our board meetings and our eligibility disciplinary committee meetings. So we're looking forward to that. The building is not built for public access. So individuals who are guests have to check in at the front of the desk, and then a member of the staff has to come down and bring them up if they're invited to the floor. So it's just a security thing, the Capitol complex, and we're glad to have that security going. So that's about all. I'm happy to answer questions.
any questions, board members? Thank you for that. We were hovering from afar, wondering how the move was going to go, and it's great. And it's Dr. Edwards and I were able to be there, and the other board members yesterday for pre-board briefing. and the other members will go tomorrow to see a tour, and it really is a wonderful place for the staff. So we're happy about that. So at this time, if there's no other questions, we'll have Ms. Abel will come and do 6.5. Proposed adoption of amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 221112 relating to scope of practice, including written comments received. Thank you, Ms. Abel.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, board members. This is just an informational report. Staff wanted to update you. You'll recall at the last board meeting that staff proposed rule amendments that y'all approved us to publish in the Texas Register relating to scope of practice of APRNs. And that was published for public comment. We did receive only 2 written comments. We got no comments at all from any nursing organizations. The 2 comments only came from groups that represent medicine. So what staff has done is decided to take this comment back to the advisory committee meeting that we've had before for this rule. The advisory committee is made up of various stakeholders of APRN practice, and they were the ones that made recommendations in the first place about this rule. So there will be a meeting coming up soon for them to look at these comments, to provide any recommendations to staff about potential changes to the rules or any clarity that might need to be given in the rules, or possibly recommendations that there should be no changes to the rules that were proposed. And then staff will put all of that together and bring that back to you for the January board meeting, in which you'll be able to discuss, comment, any questions you might have, and then make a decision about the adoption of the rules. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about that.
Thank you, Ms. Abel. I just wanted to add that I am the board liaison for that advanced practice group committee, and the staff has done an amazing job. And Dr. Zyke and her group and Ms. Abel and it is, and we talked about it before, and I just want to say again that they have just done a great job in this is a very necessary situation to look at as best practice changes. So thank you for that. Okay. Let's see. Just a couple of things that I was going to cover is I get all the sheets going here. Advisory committees, which is one of those, the 5.2.1 Advanced Practice Nursing Advisory Committee. Myself and Dr. Zyke, we have no report. She has just mentioned the fact that we'll be meeting in November. And then 5.2.2 is Nursing Practice Advisory Committee, Ms. Diss and Ms. McDermott, and there's no report from them as well. Okay, and so 25 minutes. So you're doing pretty good. Okay. And so we could sure. Mm-hmm. Just need to get it. So we will look at 5.3.1 National Council of State Boards of Nursing report on, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't have my microphone on. 5.3.1 National Council of State Boards of Nursing report on the NCSBN annual meeting held August 17 to 19, 2022 in Chicago. Ms. Thomas and I were there as delegates. Dr. Hooper was alternate for Ms. Thomas, and Ken Johnson was alternate for me. Ken Johnson, board member, and Rick Williams, board members, participated in the meeting. And I wondered if Ken or Rick had anything to share about the meeting.
Thank you, Jeffrey. It was a very educational experience. On the lighter side of it, I'm used to working with scientists, but I've never been in any room with so many doctors. It was a process. It was interesting to watch the election process and to learn more about the strategic planning that goes into creating the governance that will support nurses at every level. There were some individual sessions that I had the opportunity to attend for everything from RNs to CNAs, where they looked at issues that require support. Bottom line is, they were trying to ensure always that governance supports the work that is being done in the field. So it was a very impactful, and I'm pleased to have had the opportunity to attend.
Thank you, Ken.
Thank you, Madam President. It was an intense learning experience, actually. First time going, of course. Seeing how the system actually works with all the states, the election process, and also the implementation of the upcoming next gen NCLEX. How they're creating the questions. It was a fantastic experience. On a second side of it is also getting to know other board members and staff a little bit better than what we normally do here at the meetings. So it was actually great. I got to learn a little bit more about Rick and Kathy.
And Mark.
And Mark, yes. So it was a fantastic experience. I'm thankful that I got a chance to go.
Thank you. It was good for us as well to get to know board members. Also, we've had several members go with us to meetings in the past, and Daryl has been, David, Laura, let's see, Kathy. It's been a while, and then Allison. Yeah. So I try always to see if we can take someone to mid-year or to the annual meeting, and hopefully some of the rest of you can attend again as well. Ms. Thomas, did you have anything you wanted to say?
I just wanted to add for the benefit of the audience that Mr. Johnson remembered that we approved the NCLEX test plan for RNs and LVNs this year, and that will be implemented in the form of next generation NCLEX in April of 23. So it's just around the corner. A lot of testing has already occurred with these items, as with all items that appear on the NCLEX exam. They undergo a very rigorous review process, and they are tested before they're placed in the exam. So next generation NCLEX, here we come. If you're interested in any information about the next generation NCLEX and you feel like you need to know more, there's a lot of information on the NCSB website. If you just search for next gen NCLEX, you will find that information. The other thing that happened is they approved a couple of exam user members. This is a category of membership with some but more limited privileges in the organization. These are Canadian provinces that offer the NCLEX exam, and 2 additional provinces were added. The Registered Nurses of Saskatchewan and the College of Registered Nurses of Alberta were added to our exam user members. They have really made rich donations and contributions to the council. We've enjoyed working with them a great deal and learned a lot from them. we have a lot in common with Canada. And they are our border, so it's very enjoyable for those of us who've gotten to know them better. And then the other thing is that the strategic initiatives for the next 2 years, 23 through 25, were approved at this meeting. And they, of course, are built on the master strategic plan. And they're worked on every year, and the members contribute to that process. So it's been in progress for some time. There's also new elected officials selected by the membership, and included the president-elect, Phyllis Johnson. Dr. Johnson is from the state of Mississippi, and we're very pleased to be working with her in the future. So.
Thank you. And our own Mark Meyer has been on the board, and he went off and completed his term as being on the board of directors. And it is a very active board of directors, and working with the EO David Benton, and we appreciate Mark for his service, and he's been on several committees, and in his 35 years with the Board of Nursing, and then held many leadership positions on that national level. So we thank you, Mark, and appreciate what you've done for on the national level as well as our state. And I just want to thank you. So appreciate that. So a couple of things. I've had the honor for several years, and I'm not even sure how long, that I am the chair for the presidents of the country for our state board meetings, and I oversee our conference calls, and then the mid-year meeting and the annual meeting. And it's very robust. If you can imagine all of these type A people in one room, and usually we don't have all 50 states, which is probably good for me to be able to get them to finish a meeting in an hour and a half or 2 hours. And we always say we never have enough time, and it really is exciting to be part of that and to hear. And we learn from other states and share information about what's going on, and the struggles that the different states, and we're obviously one of the largest. So California and Florida are larger than us, but with our numbers, and so with the leadership of Mark and Dusty has been there, Tony, Kristen have all been on national meeting committees. Dr. Hooper has, and our people are just so well respected on the national level. It's kind of like when Texas everybody listens because of the hard work that our agency's done and here in Texas. And so it's just a great opportunity, and a lot of good information there. And I wanted to say that the APRN compact has 3 states right now: Delaware, North Dakota, Utah, and Maryland, Arizona, and Montana have filed. And the APRN compact it's about 5 years old, I think. Is that when it started? So she's a guru for that.
No, it's much older than that. I remember in 2002, Dusty and I worked on a version of the APRN compact for the council. So it's sort of evolved over the years as we've encountered various challenges to getting statewide adoption. And during that process, we've made revisions that started the clock back. In other words, approved a whole new compact that substituted the prior one, and then states adopted as they moved. So this is a recent one. 3 states already adopted, 7 states must adopt in order to pull the trigger to implement.
Yes. And South Carolina's, no, let's see. The Supreme Court is going to review something that New Jersey, the governor is trying to do with New York. And so there's just all these little backstories and things that are going on about compacts in general. And so then we're coming forward with this. So it is a slow process, but it's good to see that they are moving forward with that. And I brought some copies of NCSBN Passport Knowledge Network Guides that just talks about the different networks that are out there that you as members can be part of. And I've left some of those handouts. Another thing that National Council has is the International Center for Regulatory Scholarship that is available if you want to learn more about regulation. That's available for our members. There is a certificate program, and Dr. Benton was one of the earliest, the first, if I can get it right here, wants to graduate from this institute. That is really exciting and provides great information. Do you want to just say something about that for a minute?
Sure. It's a great tool that we have available to us. You know, it's free for members and staff, and you don't necessarily have to commit to the full certificate program. If you just see a course, they're constantly rolling out different topics that interest you, and I mean, a lot of them are really fun. There's an excellent 2-series course on the history of nursing regulation that I think would be great for anyone who works at a board of nursing to take, just to, you know, appreciate our past and how far we've come.
Thank you. And do you want, Dr. Edwards, because of National Council, was able to participate in, I'll let you say it.
National Council of State Board of Nursing gave me a scholarship to attend George Washington University, Public Policy and Media Relations, as a graduate certificate program. It is a 15 credit hour experience. It was intense. I learned a lot. It is all remote, and which is, you know, I think you have to be that type of learner. So that was a challenge, I think, for a lot of people, because people are working, people are busy, and but the professors at George Washington University, I can't say enough about them, how they engaged online learning and provided a lot of feedback and a lot of great discussion from a lot of different points of view. So, and these are people that attended, the cohorts are small, they're typically under 12 for each class. But it was, it was a fantastic experience. I'm really grateful for NCSBN for providing me that opportunity.
Thank you. So I just wanted to showcase this because I wanted you to realize that National Council that we are part of is a strong resource for us, and just has great opportunities as well to grow. And one of the things that they've just started is a new customer experience. It's a health center. And I guess people were going there going, what in the world? And how do I find anything? And how do I do that? So now they have a customer experience at ncsbn.org that you can go to. It's kind of a help center to kind of figure out who you would need to go to for whatever your question was. And so that is something that I think was needed. And was hard to be able to always navigate, for us, and especially as board members, we had a question, and they've always been very, very supportive. And then one of the coolest things, they always give us a real special kind of end of the meeting speaker, motivational. Someone that just kind of knocks your socks off, and they had a guy who did these portraits, while he's talking and all at one time, and very emotional, very touching. So our guy this year was, okay, now I can't even tell you, the Blue Angels. And so he filmed some of the initial Top Gun #1 movie, and then his cohorts and buddies now or filmed that last Top Gun that came through. So we watched Top Gun just not long ago, and I was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe these guys with what they do. And they're 18 inches apart in those jets. And so we talked about teamwork, how important that is, communication, debriefing at the end, and it was just so moving to see that. And we see them lots of times at sporting events when they go over and they're doing, and it just makes you proud of the military and these Top Gun guys. But he really touched my heart, and I think everyone else, because it was just so moving and hearing about those experiences. And he gave us a slogan at the end that said, "Glad to be here." And that's what they say to each other when they finish flying and they've done all of those air acrobatics that they're doing, and they show up because it's glad to be here because they survived it. And so just a good thing to think about, glad to be here whenever we've gone through something difficult. And so very, very moving, and I always appreciate National Council for providing those inspirations for us. Did you have anything else? Okay. 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 So hopefully we'll be able to have more members be able to attend in March for mid-year and for annual in August. So, okay. So we are at 7.3. I think Dr. Monday is here. Hello, good morning. We're about 5 minutes early. Thank you for being here. Consideration of the internal audit of the open records request fiscal year 2022. Mark Mayak, Ms. Thomas, Daryl Chambers is our liaison, and okay. So I always have a hard time with your name, and so.
Mark Mayak.
Thank you. Thank you. But on here, so on one part it's yes, Rufus Monday, but no,
It's Monday, Rufus. Monday's the first name.
Thank you very much, because it's backwards on my paper, and I was like, I don't have it in my brain, I guess, I'm not getting it.
It's been backwards for everyone, I guess. Hasn't it? It's crazy.
Yes.
I mean, I would have said, yeah.
And you have a PhD as well as all of your financial background, and so I felt like I should call you doctor, and then I was like, no, I don't know what it, doctor.
Dr. Monday Rufus. I'm
All
also,
right.
I'm also a professor.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for being here. We'll let you guys get started.
Good morning, Madam President and board members. My name is Monday Rufus, and I'm here to represent the firm of Monday Rufus and Company PC, the internal auditor for the Texas Board of Nursing. My associate, Mr. Robert Gonzalez, is not here.
Mark, I think we need to get him closer.
Okay. Yes, as the internal auditor for the agency, we are required by the Texas Internal Auditing Act to prepare an audit plan and present it to the governing board for approval. In order to prepare the plan for fiscal year 2023, we performed a risk assessment. As a part of that risk assessment, we reviewed the strategic plan, legislative appropriation requests, annual financial reports, operating budget, report from the state auditor's office or other agencies, and any other reports or documents that were relevant to our assessment. Additionally, we did survey the division heads within the agency, and as a result, we identified what we call areas of interest. Would be on page 6 of the audit plan. And we use the criteria listed on page 7 of the audit plan, the exposure level, basically within each unit, if anything were to happen, what would be the exposure level to the agency and to the state of Texas? The complexity will be complexity of the unit, the budget, uh, revenues and expenditures, the dollar amount that flows through that particular unit, the result of the last audit. Last time that the unit was audited, what we found in the extent of other controls and oversight, or the any other controls outside of the agency or oversight, the quality of controls, what kind of controls are in place within the unit, the changes in systems and processes. If there have been changes recently within that particular unit, it could even be the division head within that unit resigning and a new person coming in. It could even have to do with technology, if anything has changed within the past year. And then the normal audit interval, we would expect each audit unit to be looked at least once every 5 years. So in essence, if that area hasn't been looked at, it would be classified as high risk, just for one risk factor. So we assign a score of 1 to 5 for each area of interest. And we assign more weight to 3 of the criteria: the quality of control, the exposure level, and the changes in systems. So we came up with the total risk for each area of interest and the ranking for each area of interest. Then after determining the total risk, we were able to determine the high risk areas, moderate risk areas, and low risk areas. I think it's also worth mentioning that just because an area is rated high doesn't mean that the area is poorly run or there is a danger to be worried about. It just simply means when you add up all the scores for each risk factor, it came up high. So as a result of our risk assessment as shown on page 10 of the audit plan, we are recommending the following areas for audit for fiscal year 2023: information systems, technology, and the performance measures reporting. Your approval is required to enable the internal auditor to commence audit activities for fiscal year 2023. And I'll be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Madam President, may I, as a follow-up to this, I think now that I'm looking for work in the operations area, which these two would be in, but if you think about information technology, it's integrated in everything we do. And it's constantly changing. It's something that changes monthly, not yearly or anything. It's just integrated. It's important that we look at that and any changes that we need to look at in the future and any funding that we'll be having in the future for information technology and how we continue this process for our processes in the agency. The other one, the performance measures reporting, keep in mind, like agenda item 5.1.2, the stats that you see, every one of them, and they have to be approved by the legislative budget board and also by the legislature. So you want to make sure that those definitions are being adhered to, that the numbers that you're getting are consistent and legitimate. Because if they're not, if something pokes a hole in it, then you lose that legitimacy in your message to the legislature. So we think both of these are extremely important, given today's world and next going into the legislature, that you get consistent data to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, board members? I remember when we first started auditing, because I've been here for a while, and we had our charts, and it wasn't your second group, it was one we had before, and I like the color coding that you have there about what you think is important in the risk in your report. And it's succinct for me, to be able to understand it. So I appreciate that. So this is a voting item. And I need a motion if we have no more questions or discussion.
Madam President, I'll make a motion. I move to accept the internal audit plan as prepared by Monday Rufus CPA for fiscal year 2022.
Thank you.
Laura Disk, I second.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. If there's no other discussion, if you will, please vote. And I will call the roll. As soon as I find it.
If they open meetings, they can't see this.
Mr. Chambers?
Daryl Chambers, 4.
Laura Disk?
Laura Disk, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia?
Carol Garcia, 4.
Macy Jamison?
Macy Jameson, 4.
Ken Johnson?
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn?
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Dr. Edwards?
Allison Edwards, 4.
David Salcedo?
David Salcedo, 4.
Melissa Scott?
Melissa Scott, 4.
Dr. Sharp?
Tyrone Sharp, 4.
Myself, Kathy Shep, 4. And Rick Williams.
Rick Williams, 4.
Thank you. And thank you again for being here.
Thank you so much.
Your shades. Those are your shades.
Okay. We're a little ahead of schedule, so we're getting reorganized. Just
What's the next schedule?
it's not till 11 for development, but we are going to see team happen.
Send me the mics, please.
It's just the cup. I don't know if it's the room or what.
Hey, that's my cup. I'm just kidding.
Now we know why they have it freezing all the time. So,
Okay, at this time, we'll move on to 5.3.2.
Board members, 5.3.2 is a report on the Center for Nursing Workforce Studies, which is housed at the State Department of Health. The center is charged with creating data reports on nursing, so we share our data with them. They develop some reports. They also do additional surveys of the nursing and employer populations. This year, they're involved in the cycle of surveying all of the staffing concerns that occur in any of the facilities. So they have hospitals, they have long-term care facilities, home health agencies, government programs, public health, and so on. So all of those reports were drafted and presented to the committee at the last meeting a couple of weeks ago. And the committee made several recommendations for edits or changes to the reports. They go through a kind of extensive process of review before they're published. So first it comes to the committee and the committee makes changes. Then they send it through an internal process where editors review the document and check it out for accuracy and, spelling and all kinds of things. And then they will post those reports on their website. So that'll happen soon. Keep in mind that the center is funded by nursing licensure fees that we collect when nurses renew their license. And the money goes to fund the center and all their activities. So we have a contract with them and we approve the ongoing funding of the program. We also fund the workplace violence initiative of the same office or division. And they give grants out to hospitals and other facilities to improve their workplace violence policies and procedures. So I'm happy to answer any questions about that, and there will be reports posted probably within a month or so.
Madam President, I had a quick question. Ms. Thomas, do you know, will there be any studies? I'm very interested in the phenomenon that is travel nursing and how it's increasing and how it's affecting staffing. Do you anticipate, and then with the Philippines doing, now they're having a nursing shortage and that's where we get several more nurses. Do you think that's in the works as well?
I think some of the portions of the surveys that they're doing now have some questions related to those issues. So of course, traveling nursing has fallen off a great deal since the end of the pandemic, or I should say the winding down of the pandemic, not necessarily the end. They also have a COVID section of their questionnaire. So they ask things like, how does this affect your staffing at your facility? Of course, facilities are having a lot of challenges. Everyone in the public and private sector is now to hire people. And so what we have seen is a 2-year trend in the decline of the number of LVNs in Texas. This has happened in other states as well. But now, because they can't hire enough RNs, hospitals are starting to hire LVNs in hospitals. This is a pattern we see in prior shortages too. And I think some LVNs might want to do that and some might say, I'm fine where I am. So the real concern we have about that shortage though is the availability of enough supply of LVNs to take care of our elderly patients, our homebound patients, and so on. Because that's primarily where LVNs do work. There's other settings, of course, as you know, but we're a little bit concerned about the pull of LVNs out of these other sites into hospitals and what that will mean to the care of those patients in those settings.
And in doing so, I've also seen some facilities, there's a push for an increasing scope of practice for CNAs in some of these settings.
Yes, yeah. So I think we're going to see some reporting on that in the final reports that come out from the center and their recommendations. They make recommendations to policy makers as well.
Thank you. Anybody else see a green light?
Thank you. And that is not a voting item. Ms. McDermott, do you have a report on 5.3.3 Texas Health and Human Services Mission e-Health Advisory Committee? Okay.
That committee has President Shipp on it now to represent the agency, and she has not received any notification of the meetings thus far.
That's fine. I thought when I applied, and it seemed real urgent when I applied, and so I thought that I would be hearing, and then I thought, well, maybe not. So that's fine. Okay, great. Thank you so much. So we can mark 5.3.3 off. And, let's put for just a second. So 11 o'clock is for development. We need to have a friend. So do you think there's time to do this? We take it.
1 hour, 46 minutes.
Okay. Okay, let's see. Let's see if there's anything. What? Well, we didn't know how long that would take. So first we need to have a break. And then, and we need to start at 11. So just do it in the breaks. You think it's gonna take longer than 15? Oh, maybe. Okay, so we need to do something.
Seriously, come there, but
6 weeks.
I'm gonna need the crown to get.
Okay. We can do that. Okay. So we are now going to go to board meeting eligibility and disciplinary committee meeting and informal conference dates for 2023, 9.3. Our next item on the agenda is at 11, and we want to take about a 15-minute break, but let's go ahead and we'll just move on some of these that won't take as much time. So, our amazing administrative staff, Ms. Patricia, sent out on SurveyMonkey, and we have our, calendar. And so just a reminder, and I feel like a mother hen teacher, kind of a teacher mode here, is we need one volunteer for informals per quarter. And you guys just rocked it out of the park, and I got a volunteer per month. Into the back. So, like, January, February, March, I have 3 people. April, May, June, I have 3, and so I just need 1 during that time. And then we have some LVN members that are missing on our END. And so right here, so I'm probably gonna take Kim Wright off of that February 7th and informal because she is with the VA and has these new twins that had some issues, doing better now, and so I appreciate the fact she said she would do that, but we'll take her off. That still leaves Tyrone and Rick for that January, February, March. And so, and then we have April, May, and June, and Rick and Tyrone are both down on there. Dr. Edwards said she'd do May, so, we just need 1 person for that quarter. And if Dr. Sharp and Rick want to take their names off or just have 1, help me out here.
Madam President, I can do EMD for March
Oh, perfect.
and
I can do END for June.
Oh, great.
and I can take September, Melissa.
Okay. Yay. Thank you.
I thought
December.
I signed up for June 13th for Andy. Am I listening?
I guess, Macy is on for June 13th. I don't know if it picked up whoever went in first or whatever. I'm not sure how that works. So,
Yes, I signed up for June 13th and September 12th.
Okay, have you observed an END?
Mhm.
You've already observed one, so you can participate. Okay, and you signed up when?
June 13th and September 12th.
Okay, and so Ms. Jameson came in, so I don't know, Patricia, how that works out. I don't know how it, if two people, because we only need one. And so for those in the audience, our END eligibility and discipline committee meets on the months we don't have our quarterly meetings. And we want a consumer, an LVN, and an RN, and it doesn't matter what position they're in. And so, at this point, sometimes if a member can't be on there, then we might, because we do have more RNs on the board, might cover, but we really appreciate the value of every member that is on there and what their opinion is. And so,
We still have two LVN polls, one for February, one for December, correct?
I can do December
as well. And then, are we good?
Okay, yes, so so Kathy Lederhorn is covering March for the LVN member, and Melissa is doing June. And, September, Kathy Lederhorn, and then, December as well.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're good?
Yeah.
You've got flexibility for that. I just don't want anyone to have, to be over, worked with this, but we appreciate it. And I know Ms. Jameson has said she has a free schedule and it's easy to participate, so.
And I was just gonna say, I might have a, conflict with this next END, November the 8th, Melissa. Could you check your schedule and just see?
Well,
I mean, it's not a die thing, but yeah, just a little bit of a conflict.
But we still have
Kind of
time.
our driving test.
14th, the die thing?
No, it's not a, I
You're taking Kim off.
skip it, but she wants to.
That's right. Taking Kim off of February 7th,
Okay,
looking at informal.
gotcha, okay.
So she would,
She's okay.
yeah, so she wouldn't have to, and since she was doing the, well, and for informals, it is through Zoom.
Oh.
We are not coming for those, that it's only through Zoom. And so I think all the new members have observed now because, Ken and Dr. Sharp were on the last time when I observed. So I think we're good with that.
Madam President, you can remove me from the, January program March quarter if Dr. Sharp is gonna be there. That was a conflict, right?
Okay, so Dr. Sharp, you're still good for January 3rd? Okay. All right. And, then maybe Rick, if you do, or Allison, you and Rick can decide, or if we take you off, Dr. Sharp, for that second quarter, because you're in first.
Where are we, where are you looking at?
Informals, April, May, and June. It has, Rick and you, Dr. Edwards.
Right.
So
It's in August.
and Sharp's coming on.
Yeah.
Because he's gonna do,
September, we have days.
okay, so April, May, and June. So Rick or Dr. Edwards on the side. And July,
I'll kick
August,
off
and
of that
September
one.
with that Ken.
You can remove me from that one too.
Okay.
Where we're doing
April 4th, Rick is coming off, so you're gonna stay on May 2nd for normal. And then July, Ken covers that quarter, so we're good. And then October, November, and December, we have David for October, Laura for November, and Ken for December. So we don't need somebody every month. So do you want us to take you off for that informals, or do you want to stay? Okay. Do what? Okay, keep you on, so we'll take you off again.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because you did the quarter before. Perfect, thank you.
What was I signed up for?
October,
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, keep going.
October 3rd,
Yes, that's okay.
so you're off.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so she'll send out a new, are you good? And did you get them all? Good. Perfect. Yay, thank you so much.
My calendar.
Okay, great.
Is there, someone else that could possibly, look at their schedule for this next?
DMV.
I've already found out that I'm not able to.
November.
November the 8th,
I believe, isn't it?
It is.
we'll have to check.
Okay.
Might be a lot.
We can check with, Kim. She's just kind of, and her twins had to go back to NICU.
Yes.
And then they're doing better now. And so, I think she's just pulled. And I could probably do it, if it ends up being an RN, if we can't get Kim to do.
I have to look up my course calendar.
Thank you so much, members. We appreciate your willingness to do that. Okay, so let's look at one other thing, and that's committees. And then we'll take a break.
Get your selfie.
Okay, so, we'll go ahead and fill in on the sheet there. It talks about board development liaison, strategic planning liaison, board budget liaison, internal auditor liaison. Or, and then we've got it, then we'll go to advisory committees. So board development liaison was Kim Wright and Rick Williams. This past for 22. Strategic planning, Kathy Shipp and Rick Williams. Board budget liaison, David Sacedo, and internal auditor liaison, Daryl Chambers, where we just had our audit. So board development. Is there anyone that wants to do that, or Rick, do you still want to stay on there, or anybody else that wants to be on that?
Happy to say.
Okay. So, so we need another person on there.
For board development.
Mhm.
I'll do that.
Okay, and we have, strategic planning was myself and Rick, so if, someone else, wants to do that. Okay, David? And so it would be good, to have a nurse on there, Laura. And the budget liaison, was David in the past. Internal auditor was Daryl. Is,
Yes.
you,
Yeah, stay on.
you'll stay on, you'll stay on with audit, okay? And so budget. Are you staying on, David? I mean, or so strategic planning, or does someone else want to do budget, or David, do you want to stay on?
Is there a limit?
No? No,
It's your.
no, it's your schedule, considering you're running your family business at law school and babies. So you know your schedule.
I have to grade right now. So.
Right,
Just a little more.
Yeah.
we're good. All right, good. Thank you. Thank you, members. So, board, advisory committees. So I'm the advanced practice, so I stay on advanced practice. And the APRN liaison committee, and then advisory committee on education is, Ken Johnson, because he's, LVN education, Dr. Sharp, because you're ADN, and Dr. Edwards is, BSN. So those are given, the education liaison committee, are the same. And so Nursing Practice Advisory Committee, in the past has been Laura Disk and Melissa Scott. And so, are you good? You're both good to still do that? And Advisory Committee on Licensure, Eligibility, and Discipline, we had Maisie and Kathy Lederhorn. Are you?
Fine.
You good? Okay. And Growth in Nursing Education Task Force, is that a task force?
It's not meeting right now. I think for now it's a dormant task force.
Okay. So, and we had, Carol, and, Allison. So I guess if we're, I thought we had talked about that they might do something else in the future, but is that?
We may plan another summit in the future.
Okay.
but That's still in the works.
Okay. So I think you would want to do that again,
Sure.
probably. And Carol, are you good with that?
Yes.
Okay. Great. So that, Carol was education, but now she's practice. And so that gives an education and a practice person for that committee, so that's good. Perfect. Okay. Any other questions or anything else? I don't want anyone to feel left out. So we definitely will use input and participation. Okay? Yeah. So we're gonna break until about 5 till 11. So that gives us about 25 minutes. You go see if you can get an extra in the movie set or whatever. Yeah. Just kidding. And then at 11 o'clock, we'll be having our board development. Thank you. Okay. Sure. You know what I'm putting on stuff because so much. We're not out of it.
Yeah.
So anyway, and also, so I've had a script for 2 years. So now I have a script. So I'm over here on the papers are going back through. And I also don't have a blue highlighter. And I'm like, what the heck? I've always had two. And I'm like, I almost got up and went, where's my blue highlighter? You know, you have your normal, and then it's like, so, yeah. So next time I know, goodness gracious, what is my normal?
Yeah. Yeah.
Then.
Yes, see, I had mine printed out from home and then I had this one and then this one was stapled. Exactly. I had to take them all apart. And then I'm like, and then I didn't even have a complete list of all the voting. Well, so then I had to find my. Sorry. I'm here.
Graduation day.
Yes, ma'am.
Or two.
Oh, gosh.
But I thought,
Graduated this.
yeah. For sure. Yeah. Yeah.
So he's in a family. Less than a mile. Literally. He's not. And almost 2 miles from our house.
He did. Oh, so he moved you down? Oh, okay. You have an empty house with the dad's still there.
So I brought him with me. I left him as a child.
That's what is showing your life.
90
She got married. I'm like, so she did.
That's it.
So then she had to get divorced. But that was like.
And I went on vacation.
We need to make sure it's correct. The GPS. No, my driver's license doesn't have. No. So. But I'm just saying. At City of Rock. Hey, I got it fixed.
Yeah, Henry's both second crazy. You know, and I'm still a paper, you know,
Yes,
person.
but but somewhere
they said,
I
I understand.
always.
I understand.
No, I'm pretty sick there. I've always said
So I'm gonna have to grow up to be a big girl. So
it's.
I got here.
Where are you going?
No, it's 88. And she- Yeah. So I think you had dinner.
It does, it looks good. Yeah, I'm excited. That's hilarious. That is ghetto, like Kia Soul.
It's so ridiculous.
Right?
Oh, sure.
Don't have to.
Yeah, how are you doing?
Well, yeah. But they're not.
Because that one could go probably far, you know, unfortunately, the last one. So. I'm assuming you're gonna have some stuff too.
Yes, can you remember yours?
I mean, I remember some of them.
I'm good.
I don't, I mean, well, most of them pretty far.
Oh, yeah.
3 to 1, but.
Right.
I mean, I'm assuming that
Made care.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's probably correct. I'm like, they're not like our schools. It's different.
They do.
I'm like,
100%.
I'm like, you're still doing the ones that I guess didactic maybe more because they have to have theology and some of the other things.
Oh, gotcha.
Right down here.
Okay, it's not the best.
Yeah. Yeah. But
It's been the most active just prior to the legislative session that we've ever had. A lot of members are interested in funding issues, but they're also interested in shortage issues and how to address that. And their own interests because elections are coming up. And so, yeah, they want to know what we're doing for their district. So we've done testimony at 2 public hearings and lots
working, ma'am?
of
Yes,
phone
ma'am.
calls. Zoom meetings.
Yeah.
So,
It's gotta get sharp.
That's
be
right.
too many places at one time, you know?
See, that's Spanish. Like in his salary.
Yeah.
Can work anytime.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Who would have ever thought?
And
So you've already.
and being remote.
Yeah.
But guess what?
We stuck at the books. Like we're meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Strategy.
I think my students don't have that. We just like shout everything at them. I see them during the test when it's like I always use like final version of sign language for things. So I like see them during the test like you're like giving out a question, they're like you kind of like this.
That's funny.
And they're all like the heartbeat, the
Yes,
love up, sitting there doing their test. They're like, okay, this one.
Yep.
Doesn't Mark wear churches?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like it's well, it's not. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I can.
I got in like new, and I literally why would I do this? This I keep online. I am, and it's like 2 each day. So got the big, if it's unexpensive.
You know, it's
Yeah.
Thank you. And recently. I mean, what do they?
I heard that too, or read that.
I mean, these hospitals are start moving celebrity inpatient from outpatient.
Yes.
They don't ever, they leave them outpatient after their obs. So they're still showing up. No, they're not. I'm sorry, you know, training ought to be out. Training ought to be, yeah.
Okay. Okay. That's what we have on Milwaukee drills for.
Oh, did you want to talk to Gary?
Oh,
Dr. Stocks.
well, I mean, I saw the other motions. I don't, we're the ones reading some motions on here today.
So I know his outcome.
It's cool, right? Let me look and see if it's.
Just do a sampling.
Well, I know that we're gonna do, okay, so I'm seeing these. Yeah. So, I don't know, maybe they fixed it.
He's right.
Yeah. Probably something like that, right after, so, yeah, yeah. But,
And of course, I like it.
Anybody have those alligator type clips? Anybody have any of those clips that you have stuff put together?
How many do you need?
Whatever you
I
have.
have one.
Okay, well, we'll take one.
One to
We'll take-
offer.
We'll take one.
This is like a hair clip. It's like,
Take her down.
yeah, I know, right?
Here's one.
That's right.
That's what I do it.
Looks like she's flipping some.
No kidding. That's a deduction.
I don't know what the something is. If it's paper or.
Yes, you're doing really well.
Yeah, yeah.
So you're only getting this on the end of this building and you'll pause.
Yeah, I know. I was just thinking that too. I was walking around, I was like, man, I'm guessing it's better.
Not excusable.
Yeah.
But did it just get worse here?
That's not, that's what the instructor.
Yeah, I know.
Instructor is to.
No.
Zero. Try to call 50%
And
grade.
so
That's
this
right.
time we're gonna do 9.2, our board development, street medicine, teaching and improving community health. Dr. Diana Cavazos. Thank you so much. And I guess, Mark?
Madam President, board members, this is an absolute treat and an honor to present Dr. Cavazos from the University of Texas Health Science Center in San Antonio. So when Kathy Shipp was talking, President Shipp was talking about the benefits of being a national council, this was one of the benefits. And I was fortunate to be able to attend the National Spanish Nurses Association meeting in San Juan, Puerto Rico. And it was an eye opener for me to see all the information that was flowing that should be in my backyard that we should be talking about. And so what was really positive also was to be able to see the Texas contingency at the National Spanish Nurses Association, a lot of research, a lot of information, presentations by Texas citizens, nurses at this meeting. So when we start talking about, when I see in the environment, we start talking about equity in healthcare, cultural competence in healthcare, clinical scenarios in healthcare, and then we start talking about demographics in Texas. This all plays into it. It's now. It's not the past, not the future. It's now. What we're talking about. But what struck me is two things that Dr. Cavazos was presenting at the meeting, and one was medical Spanish proficiency for nurses. I thought it was really important. No matter what background you have, it's important given the demographics of Texas. It has some proficiency in Spanish. And the other one was looking at the actual presentation of the clinical street medicine that she was talking about. I was fortunate again to attend both meetings. And so one was a poster presentation, which you'll over here. And so it was fascinating to hear what they've been doing. And so, I was thinking, even as a non-nurse, how important this was about public health. I know in the old days, we talked about public health. Nurses went out to people's homes. This is what they're doing. And I'm sure that's happened in a lot of schools of nursing, but this really struck me as important. We start talking about all the things in the state of Texas that we're talking about. This one was of particular interest about the stories of taking students out into the streets to look at the issues that we're facing, not only in San Antonio, but anywhere in the state of Texas, really worldwide, if you think about it. But this one struck me as really important. So I did have a lot of information, 7 or 8 pages of information on Dr. Cavazos and the things that she's done for her past. So I would take that for an answer. So I'll let her introduce herself and what she's doing at DTL Science Center and this particular topic. So I welcome Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the invitation. My name is Diana Cavazos. I am a registered nurse with a PhD preparation in education. And I lived in Texas on and off, but I'm very proud to say that I am of Hispanic descent and that my academic preparation is has always been bilingual. I've always actually studied in English and in Spanish. Sometimes it wasn't my choice, but I am glad that I was able to do that. Hence the operation and the initiatives of, I don't want to say exploiting, but using our students, our nursing students who speak Spanish and preparing them for, just a professional setting and improve their medical terminology. But I'm here to talk about the street nursing, which is one of my biggest passions. So I have to start by saying that I have no potential conflict of interest in this presentation or anything that I mentioned here, except a passion for my community. So this dream started actually when I lived in Puerto Rico, where I did my both all my bachelor's, my master's, and my PhD. And in 2010, I was able to go with a nonprofit organization to render some, emergency aid, medical assistance to the victims of the Mayfair earthquake, right? So I said the classroom was starting because I was loving being a nurse, but I don't know if it's happened to you, you just like go with the flow and it's like, okay, one more day. I love my job, but it's right? So I was like that until that day when I just got in a plane with a backpack full of my personal belongings and two big suitcases full of medical supplies. So off I went and I was thinking, it was like, yeah, the news, telling you about all these horrible things that are happening in Haiti, how people are, fighting, for food and savages and this and that. And it was just, it created an image, right? It was a bad image until I got there. So I was able to hear the screams longer than the 30 seconds that they give you on TV. I was able to smell death. I was able to feel and hear and sense the pain and all the devastation. So I just fell in love with that scenario as far as the things that I could do for people. So that changed my nursing perspective. I was no longer like, okay, I'm gonna go continue to be the school nurse that all kids like and whatnot, right? So moving forward, I was able to take nursing students with me. Not without, challenges. It was challenging to be able to allow them to go because of school policies, availability, schedules, all that. But I did not let that stop me. We found a way I could do that. And the students welcomed that. And I saw the transformation. They were no longer taking care of patients to get a grade or to get an extra nursing skill. They connected both. They put their learning into practice. So that's when it all started. And moving fast forward, I moved to San Antonio, and my trips to Haiti had to stop because of politics, distance, funding, and all that. So believe it or not, the closest thing to Haiti for me was the homeless population. So moving to San Antonio, I was like, how do I do this? So I found this nonprofit organization, Street Medicine, which was funded in 2019. It was serving the homeless population just in Berry County. And I don't know if you know, but we have in San Antonio close to 3,000 homeless people that they were able to count on one night. Just not to mention the ones that go into hiding and they figure out together, and they really do. And some people, I have to be honest with you. So I started volunteering. One day I took one of 3 of our students with me that they wanted to join me, and they fell in love with that practice as well. So I began to see a pattern, right? It's just like, okay, so it's not for everyone, it's not for every faculty, it's not for every nurse, it's not for every student. But let's just work with the ones that it's for, the ones that really enjoy it. So off we went, and with Backpacks to No Surprise, we started just, following and supporting and collaborating with Street Medicine San Antonio, taking care of the homeless population. So the students loved it so much, and I guess it just was meant to be that those three students founded what we have now, which is the street nursing, beauty, health, street nursing, which is a student-led organization, and they just brought up their leadership and they started working and coordinating and helping and collaborating and doing all those things that we always preach to them in schools. So again, I thought, well, okay, we're always talking about diversity, equity, social justice, healthcare and all that. But I went back to what happened to me in Haiti, it's like, how can I make these students really feel it? So, all the things that we talked about, like I said, discrimination and, good health and community health, it's like, let's go and take a look at it. Because I learned that it was so easy to give an opinion, it was so easy to judge, it was so easy to have your own perspective without leaning closer and really looking at what's happening, right? So off we went and they loved it. So now, again, I think that's where it was meant to be because all of a sudden we got the management of the grant for the Texas Targeted Opioid Response, and it was assigned to one of my colleagues, Lisa Cleland, and she was able to help me with the funding because the deal was continue to do what you're doing, but you need to implement the harm reduction, strategies that we are, working with because homelessness is very closely related to substance use, right? And the overdose and all that. So it was just growing and it just kept growing and growing. And then after that, I was able to make it a clinical rotation for my clinical group in the population focus group or class, right? So sadly, I'm just now the only faculty that does that. So only my 10 students that are assigned to my clinical group are able to do that. But they see everything and they are able to be independent and they're able to be, more assertive in patient care. And they meet all the objectives, the clinical objectives. I see the professional growth like right there and then. And then at the end of the semester, when they are done, with that clinical rotation, all I hear is positive things. The negative things that I hear is like, oh, I was scared to go. But it's awesome. They're really nice. They're not scared as I thought. Things like that. So I see that from the vision, like I said, it's not for everyone. Some of them are very honest and say, I really enjoyed it, but it's not for me. I want to be in a clean environment. I said, that's fine. As long as you learn that these population are the clients or the patients that you're going to see in your clinical setting. Okay, so one of the things that has happened, and I'm embarrassed to say it, but that has happened in my clinical rotations is I have connection with the patients that have major wounds, whether they're related to a circulation or a missed injection when using heroin or a substance. They just cannot believe that somebody cares. They cannot believe that my nurses are out there helping them for free without asking them, do you have insurance? Do you do this? Do you do that? No, we're just there. And the crying, they tell my students, thank you so much for being here without judging. And I think that's a big thing, right? So the thing that I'm embarrassed about is that some of the clients happens in every clinical rotation. They just let my students have it. They're very upset. It's like, I can't believe the nurses at the hospital sent me to this humongous wound. I had maggots and I had this and I had that. And they just told me, you need to clean it every day and, don't take dressing. They knew I was homeless. They knew I did not have supplies. They knew this and they treated me worse than that. Whether that is true or not, that's their perception. And I'm embarrassed to say that I've seen some nurses do that. So my students are related to do that. So we collaborate with other nonprofit organizations. At this point, we are collaborating closely with Corazon San Antonio, who does outreach, and so we are helping them with wound care. And we also continue to collaborate with Street Medicine, which do the medical visits and follow-ups. And as we grow, we also are we're starting to collaborate with some hospitals, because just recently I was assigned to help out DNP students with their capstone projects. One of them being a referral system from emergency rooms to the street medicine or to Corazon Ministries or nonprofit organizations, so we can at least follow up on those patients that need, wound care or, medications and things like that. So again, I do this because I have a passion for it, but also because I want to be true to my school, to my university. If UT San Antonio School of Nursing says that our mission is to develop diverse nurse leaders to improve health and healthcare through education, research, practice, community engagement, and whatnot, right? So why am I not doing it, right? And our vision is to make lives better by promoting health as an act of social justice. And I feel that I'm doing that, and I'm dragging my students with me, because if at least 3 out of 10 will just learn something major about humanity and about not losing that compassion for what you do, I think I've been successful. So far, every month students have the training, safety for what to do, what not to do. They need to practice, doing vital signs with all the equipment that they used to in the hospital. It's amazing how they have to unlearn and relearn a skill, because it's totally different than what you do in the hospital, right? So you now do it in the streets. And it's just being, like I said, very successful in numbers, like just me. So students just keep doing the trainings, and then after they take the clinical rotation, what they do is they want to volunteer on their own time. We used to do it on weekends. So I think that's even one step in the success of this program. So if I can read just like 4 statements that randomly I pulled out of a clinical journal or reflective clinical journal that I require, after they're done with this, I think that it just says it all. One student said, the biggest thing I want to share to others about the experience is to show your empathy. It is our job as nurses to treat everyone equally and to be non-judgmental. Check. This experience influenced my perspective of the nursing profession. I really been actively involved in fulfilling the duty of humanity. I felt like I had a purpose. Check. This experience has been amazing. It has reinforced the fact that all humans should be treated with dignity and compassion, and they should receive equal available healthcare. Check. And last but not least, the physically kneeling down before my patient and help them in any way that I was able to really made me feel like I was giving back to the patient. And it also helped me remind me that even in the hospital, we need to remember the human aspect of nursing. Check. So to me, those comments, I think that it's gonna stay with them. As they grow personally and professionally, I think that it makes a difference. At least they will go back to that experience when they had that close encounter with the patient that nobody cared about. So now is the turn, to pay it forward and to make the difference. So that is it. Do you have any questions?
Does your street nursing use other volunteers to?
Yes, they use other volunteers because when we collaborate with other nonprofit organizations, one of the best experiences that my students have is the collaboration with a multidisciplinary team. they go out with other nurses, they go out with doctors, they get very hard when they have to teach medical students how to do things. And they go with PAs, social workers. We have a very, very diverse team. Yes.
What about just students that don't have any professional?
Well,
Street
we welcome
lawyer.
everyone and everyone because every team has different assignments. We have the dudes that do not have any medical background. They can help us with being the bobblehead or the security person, right? So they're there and they, they look out, make sure that we're still in a safe area. We have a emergency word. This group selected the pumpernickel word. So if they say, oh, I'm facing some pumpernickel, they know they're supposed to pick it up or to pick it up as well. So everybody can contribute. Yes.
Did you, Madam President, May I comment? Yeah. I commend you on what you're doing. My youngest daughter is a volunteer. I'm from San Antonio. My youngest daughter is a volunteer with street medicine and also participates every Saturday. I try to go with her in her volunteer group at least once a month when I'm able to and participate in a needle exchange with the houseless. So it's very humbling and it reaches to your spirit as a nurse. So I applaud you with your students. Thank you. Thank you.
So you mentioned street nursing and street medicine. Is that two different organizations? Can you tell me the difference?
Yes. So street medicine is a global movement of, just that street medicine. You go out and take care of people in the streets. We don't do home health care. We don't go into apartments, housing. We might go into their parking lots, but I would not go into their homes. So we support street medicine. And I'm going to tell you why this is just beginning because street medicine goes out with the doctors, and I just found it very uncomfortable to know that doctors, and with all due respect, if there's any doctors here, they get all the credit. And they drag the nurses with them, and we're the ones doing the work. So I said, we're going to do the street nursing, supporting street medicine, but we need to have our little 5 seconds of faith, like, yeah, we did it, right? So that is the difference. So we do collaborate with them, and we do things that are within our scope of practice, right? But we support everyone that needs help, whenever volunteers are available. And that is the difference. Now, street medicine being a global, they have the Street Medicine Institute, so they have their guidelines, and that's what we apply.
Thank you.
Madam President, may I?
Yes.
Wow, that's exciting what you're doing. I am from Bell County, which is a relatively rural county, but maybe it's because of our proximity to the military installation. If you think you get 3,000 people that are homeless in San Antonio, I got 2,100 in a city of 150,000.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's a very transient population. And I'm intrigued by the programs you described because we have a public health nurse, who is my neighbor and is very awesome in what she does. But, it's a small sector and you got a huge county that you have to cover. So I will do some research and perhaps you can provide some guidance. Maybe we can connect them with street medicine or work to form a program of street nursing, that you are doing there because we certainly have a huge population that can benefit from that. Currently, what we do is, like in this upcoming Saturday, we will host an event where we bring dental, medical personnel to a central location, and it's usually like a homeless shelter. And, once or twice a year, we try and treat them there. But your program really seems like it's a year-round program and benefits them greatly. So, kudos to you and your program, and I wish that we can package that thing up and pass it around so that we can use it in other areas.
Thank you.
Maisie?
How do you build the trust that is necessary between the clinical practitioner and the population you're trying to serve?
Oh, that's a good one. So we go right now, especially when I take students with me, I go with somebody that knows the population because they're recovery coaches. They've been through it. They've been sober for 15 years, so they know exactly what is happening. So we approach them. Remember, we're doing this in their home. In their home is a community parking lot. Their home is under the bridge. So you don't just walk into their home, right? So we just start going consistently. I know that a lot of times when we approach them, they always tell me, I thought you were the feds. It's like, yeah, I don't look anything like that. So I always wear, but that was, that's one of the challenges or the barriers because of funding and because of school policies, I don't have a specific vehicle. So I have to go in my personal vehicle and the students go in their own vehicle and we park and we go into the nonprofit organizations. So when I have to use my vehicle, it's a black pickup truck. So they definitely think I'm there, it's like, so I'm sorry, I'm going to be shot right now because it's like, this will be the death, not of me, but my whole program. But anyway, we just continue to establish a communication when there's definitely a barrier, that they just don't trust you. I know I've done it, 100 times, and when I just say, okay, well, we're just here to help you. I have rigs if you need any, and they're free. You do? Yes, I do. Do you need any? Yeah, okay. Do you have any dirty ones? We can exchange. And then, you have any other needs, I will be very happy to help you with my nursing students.
Oh.
Oh, okay, well, yeah. And so they come and they exchange, and I didn't know what rigs were. They're the syringes to inject the substances. So that is just breaking that barrier, and from then on, when are you coming next? Oh, look, I have like this spot right here. Is this something that we can look at? I mean, once you break that barrier, the sky's the limit. I mean, I've had clients who just say, Dr. C, they call me Dr. C. Dr. C, I know you're very simple, but I really need to medicate myself. It's like, hold on, this is your home. I'm waiting for you kindly. But if you let me watch, I can just learn, what you're doing. So right there and then, they do their thing. I identify why they have so many absences, why, things are happening. And then if you turn around and see my students' faces, it's just like this. And that's it, we become a community. So just bringing something that they need and knowing that we're there just for free and to help them, that's how we continue the trust.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I really appreciate your story and how you got to this point. I actually had a cousin that was a lawyer in Haiti. Her husband was an engineer in Haiti. My cousin ended up dying in the earthquakes. And so I feel like, a lot of things happen in people's lives that put them to action. And I just like that story where you went to Haiti, you worked from there, but you wanted to continue. So it's just a comment that I'll definitely research this and look into it. I'm from the Dallas-Fort Worth area, so there's a homeless issue problem there as well. So I'll definitely look out for it.
Awesome. I'll be happy to help you if you need anything. Thank you.
So have you published in one of the journals about this? I see your poster, but like as a resource for other schools of nursing or?
I published this initiative in the Hispanic Student Nurses, no, not Hispanic, National Association of Hispanic Nurses Journal.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, everybody remembers Florence Nightingale. They don't remember any of the doctors that were in that army.
That's right. Got it.
Yeah.
Good morning, Dr. Cavazos. Thank you for sharing your story. I believe the community is where nurses are able to shine, right? We keep Florence Nightingale. We carry that lamp, right, for these people. When you started the program or when you started these clinics, how did UT Health or how did your school, how did it go over with your school? Was it easy to implement, or were they a bit leery about having students go to clinicals such as this? How difficult was it for you to start this at your school?
It was difficult. I cannot lie. It was difficult because we have policies, we have regulations, we don't have other faculty who's interested in this population. But I said I have to start somewhere. So I started as a volunteer myself. And then students heard, and then just students started following. So I strongly believe that if you serve as a role model, people will follow. It might not be tomorrow. It might take, me be buried next to Floresville. Somebody, I think that if we continue to promote the students' leaderships and really hold them true to what we're trying to teach them, I think it's just at least the first step. So in my school, they're very supportive. But they made me aware of all the policies, the liability, and all that. So what I did was, after I started volunteering, which that was okay, I just snuck in there and got an MOU with a nonprofit organization, so they would let me use that as a clinical setting, which they said yes. And voila, that nonprofit organization has outreach, and that outreach does harm reduction. And so one thing led to another, and now it's something that they're moving, we still have to abide by their policies, about transportation, and, but it's just like in a clinical setting.
So my other question was, you said that ERs know about this nonprofit or the ERs where you're at. When they contact the nonprofit, does the nonprofit actually come to the hospital so that they can get all the information, and so they end up following these homeless individuals or indigent,
Right. So it is now in the development phase, right? So when I had to go with a patient from the street, like literally take him to the ambulance and stay with him or her in the emergency room, they don't know about this. They don't know about street medicine, they don't know about street nursing. And so that's why I thought, well, let's just start with the biggest hospital that we have for the ER, to implement a referral system. So the plan is that just not a group, to be implemented. So the plan is to talk directly with the social workers or the case managers, and they will contact the patient coordinator for street medicine. That way we can follow up when they are discharged. So again, the challenge was like, how do we exchange information without violating HIPAA and all that? So we're working on that to see what is the best. If you think about it, they already refer patients somewhere. So why can't they just refer them, to our organization? Now, the thing is that most of the case managers or the case workers believe that they have to be tracked on that. And they don't understand that that's the main problem with this population. They're mobile, they're displaced everywhere. So they would have wanted like a guarantee that we were going to follow up and solve the problem, but that's not the case. Even when they refer them to another organization or to another facility, they really don't keep track of them. There are no shows, they overdose, we're not here to solve the problem, we're just here to alleviate the problem that they have.
Well, provide that equity and care.
Correct. Correct.
Thank you so very much. This has been just eye-opening. I think tugs on all of our heartstrings, and what a special gift that you're giving to those people. And just the thought that you may never see them again, but you've made a difference in one day for them being cared for. So thank you very much. I'm with the university. I'm already thinking, what can we do? And you've heard many that are thinking that same way. So Thank you so much.
I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the invitation. And Mark has my contact information. And if there's anything I can do to help you, I would love for people to join this initiative, adapting it to everybody's needs, their institutions and everything. There's gonna be challenges, but if we stop at the first challenge, when you stop at where you say, oh my God, we're gonna pass the NCLEX, then that's it, you would stop completely, right? But we did it, so we just need to keep moving forward. And I really appreciate it, and I'm here to help in any way.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Very much. Thank you also, Mark, for bringing her. And I would like to get a picture of poster as well, so.
Don't take it.
Yeah, let's wait a second. So, okay. So at this point, I think we'll go ahead and, break for lunch. And we have to be back for open forum. So, we'll just make sure that we're back just, probably 10 to 1. Okay, thank you.
Do we want to go to the barbecue place?
Probably the best place. It's like, that's what the board is, that's what, I'm like, oh my gosh. Completely different view of what the board is. What the board does.
I've also learned the art of
And I was like, that's what I want to do. Very nerve wracking because Dr. Harris and Dr. Hoover got to sit in one of my lectures.
The only board that now, it's
We have a. Estimates here. No.
First
Say sure. No, ma'am. Oh, Alice.
But I think.
So.
That's right. Well,
I tell you,
seriously, the book fair, otherwise known as the Money Pit.
I have forums, even about about
We don't do book fairs. But Mom, I hate book fairs. Book fair is.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the board, I'm recognizing this time as the beginning of open forum. Normally, this is an opportunity for the public to voice observations and opinions about the regulation of nursing, the approval of nursing schools, and or nursing practice issues which fall under the purview of this agency. We welcome ideas and recommendations about issues in nursing practice or education. The information shared with us will assist the board in its regulatory role. The mission of the Texas Board of Nursing is to protect and promote the welfare of the people of Texas by ensuring that each person holding a license as a nurse in the state of Texas is competent to practice safely. Keep in mind the board's jurisdiction is limited to the approval of schools of nursing, examination and licensure of nurses entering practice, and the regulation of nursing, practicing nurses. Many aspects of healthcare, such as the operation of hospitals and the licensure or practice of healthcare providers other than nurses, are beyond the board's purview. In eligibility and disciplinary matters, the law provides that the board act on the basis of admissible evidence, which is secured and presented within the requirements of due process and the Administrative Procedures Act, the APA. Therefore, during this forum, we cannot receive information about any pending case. Members of the public are provided prior notice, both on file with the Secretary of State's office and on the board's website, of opportunity to request and present verbal or written testimony relating to this hearing. And at this time, we invite anyone wishing to address the board during open forum to step forward, identify yourself, and present the information that you wish to share with the board. So at this time, we have requested to speak from Darla Strother. Is that correct? Okay. Here? Yes. You want to sit here? I also see that you have some other people with you. And so, yes, Cindy Buckholz.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
They indicated they might want to go in a certain order.
Oh, you have an order?
Is that acceptable?
Sure. Who wants to go first?
That would be Dr. Kent, president of Victoria College.
Jennifer Kent, Victoria College president.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So if you can identify yourself and present the information you wish and tell us why you're here. And we are on the limit of our schedule today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Ship, Board of Nursing members, Executive Director Thomas, and staff. My name is Jennifer Kent. I serve as the president of Victoria College. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today and to speak before the board. I'm here today as an advocate for the Victoria College Nursing Program, as well as the healthcare providers in the Crossroads region. 3 months ago, we learned of a situation that may disrupt our ability to provide clinical experiences for students. Community Health Systems, the Tennessee-based parent company of 83 hospitals, 7 of which are located in Texas, has partnered with the private for-profit Jersey College based in New Jersey. CHS plans on sending Jersey College to Detar Hospital in Victoria to open a nursing program for 144 ADN students, who would then go on to staff CHS hospitals, removing them from the regional workforce. These students would be contractually bound to CHS in exchange for a partial scholarship of the $47,000 tuition, and our county hospital and rural healthcare providers would not have the nurses needed for patient care. I recognize the nursing shortage that exists in Texas and am proud to share that very few qualified applicants at Victoria College are placed on the wait list. Even with our grant-supported SimLab, it takes 132 site agreements in our rural region to provide the clinical experiences of all our healthcare programs. I commend our dean and her staff for making it all possible. They inspire me daily. We've received overwhelming support from the community members who recognize the harm that this CHS plan would cause locally, and many of them have sent letters with us to share today on their behalf. The Texas Association of Community Colleges added this issue to our legislative priorities for the upcoming session with the full support of all community college CEOs in Texas. We are working with Torch as well as our state and local officials, specifically Senator Lois Coforce and Representative Jeannie Morrison, to ensure that valuable clinical spots are protected for existing programs that serve the best interests of all healthcare providers. We look forward to working together to find solutions for the nursing shortage without sacrificing high expectations, rigor, and aligned clinical experiences. We appreciate the Board of Nursing and your commitment to excellence. We request that the proposal of Jersey College that is forthcoming be denied when it comes before you. Thank you so much for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Darla Strother. I'm the Dean of Allied Health at Victoria College, and I will also speak to the Jersey College out of New Jersey opening up an initial licensure ADN program in our area. I would like to share two separate perspectives. One is Dean, and in my role as Dean, and then the other as a nurse living within the community. As Dean, I'm very proud of all VC Allied Health programs. The faculty's dedication to the students is nothing less than exceptional. This is evident with VC's continued success and high program pass rates. If Jersey College is allowed to open their nursing program, it will force me to reduce VC ADN programs admission by half, possibly more if I consider the VN program as well.
This is simple to explain. Currently, we have 2 local hospitals, and the students train at both institutions equally. Students also rotate through the surrounding areas in those communities if the census allows. If one of the 2 hospitals decides to suspend, terminate, or otherwise alter the hospital unit in which we train, or the hospital unit has no value, I will be unable to admit the same number of students. Thus, that will increase my graduates in the area. As a nurse living in the community, I'm actually acutely aware of the negative changes this will occur with nursing shortages. Victoria and the surrounding communities will experience higher nurse-patient ratios, which we all know leads to higher patient mortality rates. I think research shows 7%. Increase. This also leads to more deaths, more infections, more pneumonia, more pneumonitis, increased falls, and accidental deaths. It would also mean nurses pulling longer shifts and increasing the risk of medication errors, which we all know affects patient safety. Lastly, it would mean higher turnover rates, and possibly closing the doors of our rural hospitals that surround Victoria. This would lead to longer time spans for obtaining emergency care for the rural residents. In closing, I do not believe that for-profit healthcare corporations should be allowed to monopolize the training sites for our future generation of nurses, nor should they be permitted to make decisions that determine which states, which counties, which hospital systems will be adequately staffed with graduate nurses. I am humbly requesting that the board protect our small community by denying Jersey College's application for ADN initial licensure program in Victoria, Texas. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cindy Buckles. I'm the Executive Vice President and Chief Academic Officer at Victoria College. Victoria College will celebrate its 100th anniversary in 2025. We will also be celebrating 50 years of offering nursing programs to our community. Over these 50 years, so many individuals in Victoria and our service area have been able to earn their Associate of Applied Science in Nursing without having to take on unmanageable debt. And they've then gone on to obtain good jobs that pay high wages in our community. Considering the high poverty rate in Victoria, it is imperative that our citizens be able to do so, and for them to be able to see this attainable goal as a way out of poverty. If Jersey College moves into Victoria, charging almost $47,000 for a 2-year program, it will mean that a nursing degree is no longer attainable or within reach for the majority of our citizens. At Victoria College, it is our mission to meet the needs of our community. If Jersey College starts a program in Victoria, it will severely impact our program and our ability to make nursing education attainable for our community. Thank you.
And I am Judy College, Chief Nursing Officer of Florida Regional Hospital. I am the one that gets the nurses into the hospital. I represent rural hospitals in our Crossroads area, as well as the 2 larger hospitals. And what I'm asking is that we right now are a 49 acute bed hospital. I actually went and counted every one of my nurses and looked where every one of them came from. And 90%, greater than 90% of my staff come from Victoria College. I too am a graduate of Victoria College who went and furthered my education. So Victoria College is our staple. We have to have them. We need to continue to grow our own. We have got to keep the people in the Crossroads area. I have been a chief nursing officer for many, many years and have seen the ebb and flow of the nursing shortage. And as you all know, we are in a severe nursing shortage again. In my hospital, I have not used agency for greater than 30 years. And now I am using agency. And so are many, many of the area hospitals using agency. And guys, we are like paying over $180 an hour for those nurses. We've got to use them to keep our doors open. So we've got to go against Jersey College. We've got to keep these nurses in our area. The one thing that we are experiencing, as some of the others are, is we're experiencing a decrease in inpatient. What we're seeing is the focus is all on outpatient right now. So we need the inpatients for the students to get their clinicals done. And if we have to dilute that inpatient status with additional students from Jersey College, Victoria College won't be able to continue to provide as many students as need be. So I'm asking you as a CNO, I'm asking you as a community member to please oppose this and help us keep our people in the Crossroads area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We usually don't have discussions during these times. I didn't know if any board members had any questions. We don't really discuss, but we can have some questions answered.
Madam President, I do have a question. Victoria, good afternoon. Thank you all for being here. Can you tell us a little bit about Victoria College? How many you admit? Are you year round? Is it, if you can tell us a little bit about the characteristics of each cohort and if you're year round or just spring fall admissions?
I can answer that. We have two ADN programs. We have a generic program that admits in the fall and in January, so twice a year. We have a transition program that admits in the summer. The transition students enter in the summer, and then they are merged with the generic cohort in their last year. We graduate approximately 50 students, 40 to 50 students in December, and then our large class graduates in May, 60, 65 students. Does that answer your question?
I think so. What is your maximum capacity that you can admit? For example, in the generic track?
For the generic track, total would be approximately 80 students, and that's including both the spring and, the fall and the spring. And then we take in 30 to 40 in the summer for the transition.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Disk.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Laura Disk. I am an ADN graduate of Victoria College in Seguin, many years ago. My question is, do you still have a presence in Seguin?
We do sometimes. It depends on faculty out that way. We haven't for quite some time. It's usually the VN program that was out there for a while. And since COVID, things have shifted a little bit. And we're spreading out again where we were because we need that clinical space. But to be honest, right now, I cannot tell you. I would have to talk to the director if we're actually going to Seguin this semester. I believe the last time we were there, it was right after COVID for a short time. And then actually, no, Seguin is out of our service area. That's technically out of our service area, but the other colleges that surround us are gracious, and they also need clinical sites. So we've been permitted. We asked for permission for that, but I think the last time we were there would be the last spring.
And my second question, I believe U of H had a presence in Victoria.
Yes, ma'am.
Do they still have a nursing program there?
They do. They have the RN to BSN program, and we work very closely with UHV, and UHV is also very adamant about New Jersey and the Jersey College coming into our area. They do not want this. It will affect their students. UHV supplies our BSN nurses for the community, so it's vital that they are able to continue to do what they do, and they're very good at it. And so, yes, they do. We share because it's a RN to BSN program. Thank goodness we don't step on each other's toes a lot. You know, our students don't have a license, and they need to be on those med-surg floors. And whereas UHV's program already have a license, so they're doing those clinical components that have to do with community. So they're more at the health department for a few hours and the hospitals for a few hours, rotating with management.
Thank you.
I have a question. So, I think you all know that I think me and the board, I think we're pretty tough on proprietary programs. I just want to clarify your position to us. So suppose this program meets all the requirements to open up a school, in Texas. They do everything that's required of them. But your request is, if all that is required, you're asking the board to not grant it because it's gonna hurt you.
Okay, thank you for that question. We're asking that in the size of the community such as Victoria with 65,000 people, where we believe that we are completely maxed out on clinical space, other than we do not do 3 a.m. clinicals. That would be our only room to expand. What we know is that in this particular situation, because of their partnership with a hospital company, the model is that the students receive a scholarship in exchange for a binding contract that can only work for CHS hospitals, and they can be moved out of the area. So in this case, what started out as Victoria College quickly grew to it will hurt our entire region, and now there are statewide implications. My request and our request would be just that the program coming in would be considered if it is truly adding nurses or if it is supplanting existing programs.
I would like to speak as well, if that's all right. Okay. We have 180 students, 175 students, and it takes a lot of work to move those students through the 2 hospitals that we have. One of the hospitals, which is owned by the parent company CHS, is stating that they're going to bring students in, train the students there. So half of our clinical spots will go to them. They will train them, and then they will take these people, because they have a contract with them, once they're trained, send them to Tennessee, send them to Florida. So what's going to happen is our area, and I'm just really repeating what she said in a different way. So for us, what that means is I lose half my clinical spots, so I can't take as many students, because I can only take the number of students that I can train properly, and which means Guerrero, Edna, all of those surrounding counties will not have the nurses that they need. In addition to the other hospital will not have the nurses that they need. Instead of graduating 100 students, I may only be graduating 50, and that's going to have to supply the whole entire community. So the hospital, which is my usual clinical spot, is joining with Jersey College and is planning on using their graduates to feed their system. And unfortunately, all their hospitals are not in our area. You know, we share. I work well with other colleges. Sometimes Wharton comes into our area. It's not about defending our territory, so to speak. It is truly about the community and having to back down on the number of nurses that I train each year. That's really what it's about. And my family lives there. Our families live there and need health care. So all those things I talked about, I'm afraid that that's coming for us if we don't have enough nurses in the area.
Madam President, I just had a quick question. I am a graduate of a hospital-based program, and I'm very thankful for that hospital-based program. I'm also very familiar with CHS. They are also in my community. I have heard more middle management speak of this program, and I have not been privy, or they have maintained that it is. They want people in their area. They're trying to take care of the nursing shortage. They're trying to not pay the agencies, and I understand that. I guess my thing would be, and even if we were to magically, which if they meet the requirements, then we would pass them. There's no guarantee that you're going to get those spots back anyway, because they know that you guys have come here and that sort of thing. And so my thing, if it's not them, it could be somebody else. I would just put that out there. So.
I understand what you're saying. We've always had a great working relationship with the hospital. The individuals that work there currently are from Victoria, and I have served that hospital and in many different ways, and still have a great relationship with the people that work there. I think that when I've spoken to them recently, they are under the impression that we're not going to be moved, so to speak. But I politely tell them that and remind them that they're not in education. In education, you have a different focus, and you really do want those clinical spots, day shifts. You can do those meds, and so while they're trying to reassure me, I come back with, well, I understand. Thank you for that. But it may be a different story once the educational institution is in place. So I believe that we will go back to a great working relationship. And, yes, I hope that it does not come to fruition. It will affect our community greatly.
I think that we're going to have to call an end to the forum, and we do appreciate you being here. We also appreciate your position with this. We do have education consultants that do an amazing job, and they will be looking at any program that's coming forward and presenting that information to us. So we appreciate your time coming here, and we look forward to still a continued great product from your program. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Is there anyone else that had wanted to speak at this meeting? I have not received the appearance form. So if not, it's 1:30 and I am closing the oral testimony. Thank you. Thanks. So can we do T? Okay. At this time, we will move on to the TPAPN report. And that is 7.1.1 Texas Peer Assistance Program, Nurses Quarterly Report for the fourth quarter. Serena Bumpus. Hi. Hello. If you will introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. I'm Serena Bumpus, and I am the new CEO for the Texas Nurses Association. I've been in my role now since September 12th, so 7 weeks, just enough to get my feet wet a little bit. But I am here to talk to you about the quarterly report, the fourth quarter quarterly report for TPAPN. And I believe in surrounding myself with very smart people, so I've brought our case management lead here, Roland Rodriguez, in case there's any questions that I can't answer, that he might be able to do that. That being said, I know you all have seen the report. I would just like to highlight a few things for you from there. In this last quarter, we have seen and maintained the number of referrals that we had over last quarter, which have actually started to increase a little bit. So this last quarter, we had 163 referrals to the TPAPN program. We do know that the number of active cases have decreased over time. There are, I think, a lot of mitigating factors that have played into that, to include COVID. And now that we're resurfacing from COVID, I think we have a real opportunity to take advantage of our movement to educate everyone re-educate about TPAPN, I should say, and really increase our outreach to the general nursing population. We've had an influx of travelers leveraging agency. I think the turnover in nursing leaders is just as great as the turnover of nursing staff on the front line. And so we really need to get back out there to make sure that everyone is aware of what TPAPN has to offer. And because I don't know that anyone is really paying attention right now with everything that's going on in the work environment. And the level of stress in our work environment is so great. How do you tell the difference between a nurse who is just greatly stressed out and a nurse who is having mental health issues or substance abuse issues? I think that's an opportunity for us to capitalize on within TPAPN. In addition, as I have started to make my assessment within the organization, I see a great need for us to do some strategic planning with TPAPN and to really create a plan for us going forward and how we're going to continue to do that outreach with this program so we can increase the number of referrals as well as the number of active cases within the program. And so we have started to just touch on where we are going to do some outreach. Now that in-person conferences are back in place, we've already started to have a presence at those. We were at Texas Nurse Practitioners a few weeks ago, and we had 2 individuals approach us there and asked us to do some teaching for their clinic sites. We're also going to the Texas Nursing Student Association meeting at the end of this month to do some outreach there. In addition, I am doing a roadshow, Meet the CEO. I'll be in a city near you soon. But that is also an opportunity for me to use that to educate nurses about the TPAP program, including information and making that available to them as they attend our roadshows. And we've had our first one this week and had some really great attendance. So I'd like to think that will also raise some passive awareness around TPAP as well. Can I answer any questions for you?
Where were you this week?
This week we were here in Austin. The way our roadshows are working is we have a breakfast for our deans and directors and our CNOs in the community. And then we're doing receptions for nurses who are working in hospitals or for faculty. And so we did the breakfast on Tuesday morning, and we had a reception Tuesday evening in Round Rock. And then we had another reception last night in South Austin. And we we're in San Antonio in November. We go to Houston in January and the DFW area in February. And then we will continue to map out the rest of our locations after that.
Don't forget West Texas.
We will not, I promise. West Texas is in my heart, so I will not forget.
So a lot of it up the road to Amarillo,
That's
down
right.
to Midland, Odessa, Big Spring, again.
That's right.
West Texas is only El Paso.
All on the list.
New Mexico.
Great, great. So we're sorry that Dawn is not there. We were really pleased with the work that she did, and we thought that her outreach efforts were good, that they were doing. And Roland has been here for a while, and we appreciate his presence. Did you have anything you wanted to say, Roland, about what is going on and case managers or your advocates?
Hi, everyone. Nice to see you again. I'm Roland Rodriguez, case management team lead for TPAP. Yeah, we just curious to speak on it. You know, we are still holding strong, doing our work, accepting referrals, getting nurses enrolled. We are dealing with and navigating the nursing shortage and the rise in substance use disorders and mental health conditions. And so that's that can be a perfect storm for issues, but we are holding strong and doing well. We got through a pandemic as a program, navigated that well. Don had to figure out how to do outreach during that, stay from home era. So I'm real excited for the opportunities that are going to be, available to us now that people are meeting together again. And I think that's going to be an area where the state will see improvement in our referrals and our participation agreements and active cases throughout the fiscal year and the quarter. So case managers are doing homework every day, talking to participants every day, and it's very important work they do. I'm really proud of our team, and real happy to have Serena on board. Real impressed with her leadership skills already. In the little time she's been here, she's been a tremendous help, and we're just so excited. So.
And I would add that we are actively recruiting for a new program director. I've had one initial interview with a candidate, and we're bringing her back for a second round of interviews. In addition, I've also, I'm in conversations with another potential candidate. The position is also posted on Indeed. It's posted in, we just are revitalizing the link in the American Psychiatric Nurses career job site. And we've also, it escapes me now, but we have it posted in one other venue as well. So we are, and I have posted it on LinkedIn as well. So we are actively recruiting, and I've even reached out to nurses and colleagues who are in that psychiatric mental health specialty area to see if they have others that they can refer. Because I think this is a top priority for me as a new CEO.
I know that sometimes I've seen that the nurses may have issues about paying for the testing, and that they usually do test more in the beginning, and they've had a job issue and may not have good employment to help with that. And I think we talked about scholarships possibly being considered, especially for LVNs who are lower pay scale, to just help with success or hopefully bring them forward to self-refer or help them through these difficult times. And so do you have any thoughts on that, or have you, and I know you're new, but I just want to get it out there. So.
Good. Yeah.
Yes, so currently our administrator, which is Infinity eHealth, they do provide us a scholarship, a lump sum amount that case managers can use to help nurses who, are appropriate and eligible to receive that. Serena and I were talking about the opportunities that we could potentially look at where we could possibly look into having a grant or some type of foundation where people can donate, where we can use. I'm sure there's a lot of red tape involved in that, so it's something that we do want to consider and look into. A lot of it is not only the testing fee, but also the collection, traveling to the collection site and the wait times associated with that, childcare issues. So we are also looking at other alternatives to our current, not to replace, but to supplement our current drug testing program. For instance, virtually monitored collections, where the person can do it in their home or in a private setting and avoid having to go to the collection site. So we're talking to other vendors to supplement our current program right now, because huge source of not only financial, but just overall stress with testing is going to the actual collection site, having to wait. And then if that collection site doesn't work out, they have to go drive somewhere else. And there's just a lot of factors involved that can create some problems. And we do have a strict policy where if they miss a test, yes, we do give them a warning and we allow that. We understand life happens, but there's only so many tests per our policy that they can miss before we have to take action and refer them back to Tony.
I think I just wanted to say one thing as president. The SAO holds us accountable as our agency in this program. And so Tony works with them, we work with them, we have these meetings and all. And so it's not us being hard on someone new coming into a position. And I think it would have been easier for you if you had that director already in place, but now you're new and they're going to be new, and it's good that you have Roland. But I think I just want you to understand that we take our position very responsibly, and it matters because these are state funds, and we also care about our nurses, and we have a heart for these nurses, and we want them, any nurse that has an issue with their practice, we want them to be able to be successful and to get back to their practice. But as a board, that is something that we still have to watch. And So I've been on the board, I'm in my 12th year. And so I've seen the other directors and and I know what the program was. And so I've seen how it's grown and I'm excited about that and pleased with many of those things. And Roland, how many years have you been there?
Almost 9.
Okay, so you saw that same progress, and so it's been good, because as a new board member, all those years ago, I was like, and I think that y'all felt some of that as well as employees. So we look forward to it improving, just so we understand if the numbers are down. And I think that really for you, Serena, coming in, and it's just a great chance to look back and go, okay, because you are new and can see that, and we're supportive of you in that. But we do have to be protective of these funds that we're in charge of. And so we appreciate your work, we appreciate you being new, and the challenge that is there. So
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I would share that I have, as someone who came from practice, I have referred, unfortunately, had to refer nurses to the program for their own, to help them with through their substance use disorders. And I would say I've also had the privilege of watching them succeed. And so it's a great program, and I have a great deal of passion around it, and I have some energy to put into this program as the incoming CEO. And I'm also looking to find someone who has an equal amount of energy to fill this practice director position as well.
Great. Thank you. One other thing that just looking at it, we used to limit it 2 years, and research nationally showed that they should be kept 3 years. The recidivism was so much more improved to do that. So we've stayed with evidence-based practice, and looking at that, and that's, something that is very important, which also is hard for them sometimes because they're coming in and going, oh my goodness, look how long, and I think, Tony, you see that as well, because they're like, gosh, is this my, why is it so long? But yet we know there's got to be information there. So did you have something, Tony?
Yes, ma'am. The program has modified their procedures based on the matrix that we worked with them on, with Dr. Lehman, and right now their length in the program is based on the evaluations they receive up front. And I believe TPAN has given scholarships for individuals to get that evaluation done. So the length of the program is primarily based on the initial evaluation, whether it's going to be 1, 2, 3, or 5 years for advanced practice nurses. I also know that they have, I believe that Dawn is still on contract to assist. Should she be needed in the future?
That is correct. Yes.
So I do know that she's still on contract to help them make the transition with the new program director. I don't know where they are I just heard where they are in that position. I know they've interviewed and have some possible selections, but I do know that Don is still on contract to help them during that transition.
And I have leveraged that already over the last 7 weeks.
And that's great. That's great.
Roland mentioned the drug screening, the new drug screen, or the possible modifications to the drug screening. That's going to have to be vetted through us. We're not sold on the virtual screening because it has to be a proper chain of command.
Right.
A person goes to the center, they are observed, specimen, and that specimen is secured at that point. With the virtual, that has to be vetted. I don't know what that
That chain of custody would be
part of custody. I don't know how it's going to be observed. I don't know how the urine is going to be secured. Because of course, it could possibly be tampered with after it's. Yes. So that's going to have to be vetted, but we're going to be working in order to make some of their processes a little bit easier for their participants.
Yes.
And I'm glad you brought that up about them having scholarships for those evaluations, because those of us who've been on EMD, we see people that are like, well, I couldn't because of the cost, and it is costly, but it is such an important piece. And so those kinds of scholarships, that's amazing, because and it needs to be timely so that they can get into their plan. So, great.
Madam President, oh, I'm sorry, did somebody else?
No, I don't know, Chris.
Oh, and I was just going to say, because I would be remiss in my position as an LVN in practice, you guys could open it up to LVNs as voting members if you, that would, again, have more people coming to the table, and you might have a little bit more, volunteerism and whatnot. I know it goes beyond you, but I say it every time, so.
Well, she is the executive officer for that.
I do believe it. I know that it comes from A&A, and I'm pretty conservative, so I don't know that I would join A&A, but I am a champion for LVNs, and I think that you guys serve our population, and so to allow us to have a seat at the table, I think would make a difference.
Thank you for saying that.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions or statements, board members? Okay, Mr. Mike?
From staff level, I could say, you know, looking at the documents that we get consistently and preparing for the next session, this last year was pivotal because that's the numbers we're going to be using before the legislature. And so the one thing is your reports are great.
Thank
You do appreciate that because we can see what we need to see and the accountability. The concern is we talk about the staff level, and Kathy Thomas and I will be making her information ready for the House and the Senate, is that the numbers have dropped. And I know the President Ship has said that, but when I look at it, we're going to be defending that. And so I think it's important to look at all the strategies as y'all talk, especially being new in this position, strategies beyond just the scholarship. Is there any other outreach strategies? Because the numbers have dropped so drastically low. I have not seen them this low. And so, in all the years I've been doing this, and so that is a concern that staff is looking at our message to the public so we can all, because they see us as one, and which they ought to. So something that would help us because of the numbers we're looking at. So I look at the budget and this. So if you have any strategies that you're looking at the next 3 to 4 months, would you, please let us know. Be helpful.
Thank you.
Ms. Hawkins Garcia.
No, I was just wanting to mention, to the collection of the urine or whatever, there are lab companies that kind of like comes here, but they're not expensive. They'll go to that person's house or to that person's place of business, wherever they're working, and do the collection of labs. So I know a lot of that, and it got ramped up during COVID. So it's not this expense, very expensive now because it became so popular.
Schools are paying for it, you know, it's not much. UIL's paying for it, so.
And I think those are the kind of strategies that we have to look at, right? I mean, I remember just, it is a very stressful time for a nurse who is in the program to get the call that he or she has to go and get their test and hand off their patients on anywhere from 20, 30 minutes to 2 hours, depending on what is happening in the moment at the testing site, and then make the trip back and then take their patients over. And so it just in that particular setting, or a single mom who now has to figure out how to go and get their testing. So I agree that that is a strategy that we have to look at in order to encourage nurses to go through this program.
Any other questions? Well, thank you so much for being here, and it is nice to meet you in this new role. So, and it's good to see you again, Roland, and thank you for the work that you're doing for our nurses. So,
thank you so much.
Thank you.
that those numbers would be what we.
This is helpful. Yeah. So here's the education person. Don't have a name.
The agenda item. What's the agenda?
Oh, good afternoon. At this time, we'll call the Texas Health School in Houston, Texas, LVN to ADN program representatives. So our education consultants, Dr. Hooper and Lisa Conley, will be on. I don't have my.
Good afternoon, board members. It's good to see you all here today. Sorry, Dr. Ayers can't be here. She was a part of this review. No, Dr. Skloss was a part of this
Can
review.
you get a little bit closer to the?
How's that?
Yes.
Dr. Donnelly has her first chance to appear before you today, so I told her I would back her up and do part of the presentation. But we'll be presenting this together. And she and Deborah Skloss have read this report and prepared this report. So we'll begin. There are guests here from the program who wish to speak at the end. So, Dr. Donnelly.
Good afternoon, Madam President and board members. Texas Health School was established in 2002 and is proposing to establish a new LVN to ADN program at their campus on Katy Freeway in Houston, Texas, to begin in February 2023 with 30 students. Besides health-related programs currently offered in areas such as medication aid, medical assistant, nurse aid, and massage therapy, Texas Health School has a board-approved vocational nursing program that began in 2016 and has graduated over 100 students with NCLEX pass rates ranging between 86 to 100%. The rationale for the new LVN to ADN program focuses on the growing demand for RNs in the Houston area, with more jobs projected for ADN prepared RNs. They have notified other nursing programs in the area, and one school has notified the board with concerns about the applicant pool. They are licensed by the Texas Workforce Commission and accredited by the Commission on Occupational Education. The COE accreditation allows them the authority to award the associate degree and is approved by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. The curriculum is a 16-month program with 60 semester hours, beginning with a transition course for LVNs. The proposal exhibits clinical contracts with hospitals and facilities in Houston and surrounding areas. Courses will be delivered in a hybrid format with nursing courses face-to-face as well.
Dr. Pamela Keys, one of our visitors, is the post-director of the program with 23 years of experience in nursing education. She earned her BSN at UT Health Science Center in San Antonio and her MSN from the University of Incarnate Word in San Antonio. Her DMP is from Chamberlain University. Two faculty will transition to the new program from the beginning program who are MSN prepared, and other qualified candidates will join the faculty team as they are available. We did watch a video of the school's facilities, and they revealed modern facilities with ample classrooms, skills laboratories, and resources to meet the needs of the program. So I'm going to invite our guests to speak at this time, and when they're finished, I will offer the recommendation from board staff. So, Dr. Keys, would you begin?
Okay, I have to swear them in, and we should have done that first. So my apologies. So I have a part I'm going to read, and then I need to swear you in, and then we'll have you talk. Okay. Thank you so much. So this is a public hearing for a new nursing program under section 301.157 of the Texas Occupations Code. The Board of Nursing is charged with the responsibility to prescribe and publish the minimum requirements and standards for a course of study in each program that prepares registered nurses or vocational nurses. And then the board has received that proposal from Texas Health School to establish a new nursing education program in Houston, Texas. The purpose of this hearing is to allow an opportunity for interested parties, individuals, and organizations to present testimony to the board in order that it may determine whether the proposal from Texas Health School will meet the minimum requirements established by the board. Members of the public were provided prior notice or filed with the Secretary of State's office and on the board's website the opportunity to request to present verbal or written testimony relating to this hearing and instructions to do so. Board staff is receiving no such requests. Proceedings today will be presented in the following manner. Persons who will be presenting on behalf of the nursing education programs will be given 20 minutes to make their presentation. And please keep your comments concise as possible. At the beginning of your remarks, please tell us who you are and who you represent. And if you're addressing particular parts of the proposal, please identify them before you begin. If you wish to submit written testimony or to supplement your oral remarks with written testimony, you can do so at the close of this hearing by submitting those comments to the board staff via email. So the representatives of Texas Health School Nursing Education Program, raise your right hand and be sworn in. So if you please, okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the Board of Nursing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, yes, thank you. So, we now, will recognize the representatives, and please give your name and who you represent for the record. So, and who is going to go first?
Hi, my name's David Haas, and I am the president of Texas Health School. I've been at the school since the beginning, and I served in different positions in addition as faculty and job placement. And I was also the vice president, and as of November of 2021, I became the president. I appreciate you meeting with us today, and I look forward to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Now, like, Dr. Rizzo.
Okay.
Madam President and the honorable members, thank you for giving us this opportunity to present a school and the program. My name is Dr. Azaz. I'm the campus director, and my primary responsibility is institutional, operational oversight as well as compliance. I support the academic programs by working closely with the Dean of Nursing and other program directors to coordinate enrollments, schedules, talent acquisition. And I've always built on the success of the LVN program we currently have. And in addition of an ADN program, will afford opportunities for our VN graduates as well as graduates in the greater Houston area to further their education and be part of a nursing workforce. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Dr. Pam Ortiz. I'm the Dean of Nursing. I've been at Texas Health School since 2019. was recruited from Dallas in time to Houston to write this proposal. And of course, in 2020, COVID hit. So that changed all of our plans and what we wanted to do and how we were going to operate. I assumed the interim role position of their program director for their BN program. And subsequently, we have had great success with our BN program, which we want to build on. We instituted a NAC program as of last year. We just graduated that class this year. Also, within the last 5 years, we have had state averages above our NCLEX scores for the BN examinations for that schools. Looking at what we want to do right now with the LB to the ADN is really build on that success. And I think with the strength of leadership that we have currently, the support of administration, the resources, all the things that really can attribute to moving other professionals to that next level. We have a great cohort of in our advisory board. We have adjunct stimulus, adjunct faculty as well. And we also have alumni who support the fact that we can put the program together because the need that we looked at, a lot of it had to do with diversity. And I think part of our mission that we have at our school is we really want to look and serve a diverse population of students to help them move to that next level of education. Systematically, we've got resources in terms of being able to provide that for those students because they do look to us as well in looking forward to complete their education. At this point, I'm thankful and I'm grateful that you've chosen to let us come before you and give us insight into the program. And we welcome your comments and questions.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any questions?
Madam President?
Yes.
I have a few questions. Good afternoon. My name is Alice Edwards and I represent Victoria Education. So reading through your proposal, and these don't really follow any sequence. They're things that just I wanted to inquire about. From 2020 to 2021, you had a 5% drop in your NCLEX pass rates. What do you attribute that to?
Some of it I think might have had to do with turnover of faculty. Typically, when you have faculty that are in and out and not sustaining some of the maybe the remediation efforts that we do, and so I would attribute some of that to as well. But really, it's really having stable faculty, I think.
Okay. Which sort of brings me to my next question as you talk about remediation. I had a question about in the proposal, there was discussion about academic success person that plans to develop this, and it didn't sound like it was already in place. So if you're experiencing faculty turnover, what would your plans, do you have someone identified who would be that person that would facilitate or manage, direct the academic success program?
And that's what we want to develop. Currently, right now, the faculty are responsible for the remediation that they do for each and every student. So if we find out we have those high-risk students early on, we try to identify them. And also in our persistence rate, it kind of helps to see that whole challenge. But with the new program that we'd like to start, we definitely want to identify one individual that would be her core task, would be to able to remediate those students as we see them come through.
But that person has not been identified.
Not,
Have you interviewed anyone? Have you interviewed anyone, or is there somebody from within you're looking to maybe elevate to that level?
We want to go outside.
Okay. Okay, so my biggest concern on this proposal was, you mentioned, that your LPN faculty has agreed to teach in the program. Or split their time is what I'm hearing, between the LVN program and the ADN program. So I read it several times. I went back through and looked at the curriculum detail, and I just, in my head as a faculty member myself, I kept thinking, wow, this is really going to increase the workload. LVN, their clinical practice, really spreading your current faculty. That just sounded like you didn't have enough faculty to accommodate even a 30-person student cohort.
Right. Okay, so originally, when we wrote the proposal, we utilized some of our same faculty. That faculty will not be teaching in the LVN program once we start the ADN program. The caveat to that is every nursing school has a problem with faculty, and we realize that too as well. So we're making every effort that we can to try to get that faculty in there. The good part about the program as it starts is they will have 1 day, 1 or 2 days of in-house teaching. The rest of the time, they're going to be online. So we talk about the gen ed courses that they'll be taking early on versus the transition course, which is that first semester course. We won't really need another faculty member until that 5th cohort comes in, or that 5th module comes in to start. And so that's where we'll need faculty at that point. At this time, the faculty that's in the VDM program, once they finish the semester in December, then we'll caveat them to the ADM program in January and February.
So then who will fill the LVN faculty?
That's where we have to get more.
So what you're saying is that basically maybe a half year or 6 months to recruit before.
We have adjunct faculty already. So we're using adjunct faculty like most.
Adjunct LVN faculty?
Adjunct LVN faculty, correct. And they utilize a lot of our clinical sites too.
How many adjunct LVN faculty do you have?
About 5.
Okay. Now, I'd like to move on to another area of the proposal where you mentioned distance education. There's a component of this program that has distance education. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah. So the distance education component only pertains to general education courses.
Okay.
Yeah, so the nursing courses will not be offered.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you. Okay. Promise I'll try to wrap it up. And this is a good question for you, Ms. Keith. I looked at your trajectory as an associate degree or assistant professor at the associate for an associate degree program, and then you left to go to Chamberlain but you came in as an associate professor. Can you tell me a little bit about that transition? How they, because I read through your credentials and trying to sort of wrap my head around how did you go from assistant professor to associate at an online program? Chamberlain.
Okay. So I originally was at College of the Mainland prior to going to Chamberlain University. Okay. So I started at the Houston campus as an associate professor. I moved to, and I opened up 2 campuses here at Chamberlain College. I opened up the Pearland campus. I was still an associate professor. I left the Pearland campus and opened up the Irving campus, and I was their associate dean of faculty there.
Okay. Thank you for that. The clinical evaluation tool. This is just a comment. I'm clinical track faculty, so I often will go straight to the clinical evaluation tools to see how you're evaluating someone, and because that's a really important component of an ADM program. I would really deep into the proposal to look at your clinical evaluation tool, which just for our members, it's Appendix 7. On their document, I think it's 309. On your Microsoft Word document, it's 487. I would just recommend you create some totals because you've got sort of 3 levels of confidence.
Okay.
But there's no way to tally it up to say maybe they falter, you've got points associated with it, which is great.
Right.
For the 3 levels, but there's no totals.
Okay.
So that might be helpful for clinical faculty to like have a snapshot of a student and say, okay, they faltered in this one area, but overall, let's do some remediation in this area, but overall, they're looking really good as a candidate for psychomotor skills. So just a comment.
Thank you very much for that.
And then my last question is for Mr. Hawk. Mr. Hawk, aren't you the owner of the program for the school?
That's correct.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that. Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you all very much.
Madam President?
Yes. Great.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you all for being here. Reading through your documents here, it says that one of the goals of the programs is to increase the diversity within the metropolitan area. You say you admit a significant number of minorities already. What does that look like? What is that percentage of whom you have?
I'll give you an example. This last class that we just admitted, out of 25 students, 18 were African American or Nigerian. We had 3 Anglos and 1 Hispanic.
Okay.
It's just from the last cohort, and I can go back and give you some of those numbers relative to that, but a good 3/4 of the population that we do serve is from an ethnic diversity background.
Okay. Okay. So, listening to that, there will be, you would not anticipate having to do a major recruitment effort to get them to go into this carry-on program. You got a ready-made market, basically, it seems.
But I think that's part of the recruitment that we will have to continue to do. I mean, a lot of it right now is just word of mouth, and then we have alumni that have been to school there, have graduated, wanted to come back. They heard you're going to, try to start a ADN program, and they want to come back. So I think the reputation itself, in terms of what we've done over the last 5 or 6 years, just with our NCLEX success, and people see that. We've had some national recognition from the nursing alumni as far as some of the almanac, where we were rated number 11 in Texas for our program. So our name is out there, and people know our school, and I think that says a lot. And I think there will be added value when we add an ADN program too as well.
Thank you.
I like one comment there. Our enrollment activities, our affiliates have shown a lot of interest for their LVNs to come and join the ADN program. So we're looking at a 3-pronged approach to enrollments. Our graduates, our affiliate partners, and then active advertisement for media.
Board members? Okay. At this time, I would entertain a motion on the Texas Health School in Houston, Texas, LVN to ADN program proposal.
Madam President. Move to grant initial approval to Texas Health School to establish a new LVN to ADN education program in Houston, Texas, and impose the condition and requirements in the attached letter and board order.
Thank you. And do I have a second? Excuse me. So I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion, board members? I didn't know if our consultants had anything to say. We've got our motions there, but this is the discussion time. Did you?
The motion is clear, and it has 2 parts. About their admission and about our making a virtual visit when they have students in place. Those are the 2 requirements we have for this proposal.
And that is in that
Yes.
Letter that we have ordered to the board. The program shall not admit more than 30 students in the initial admission cohort in February 2023 and a second admission cohort of no more than 30 students in May of 2024. until the program has achieved status of full approval.
Yes.
And number two, board staff shall conduct a virtual survey visit when students are enrolled in classes or in session.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, and that's in our board documents. Thank you for that clarification.
Is that adequate for the motion?
If there's no other discussion, we will now take a vote. And I will do a verbal vote, and please say your name as you vote. Daryl Chambers,
Daryl Chambers, 4.
Laura Fisk,
Laura is 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia,
Carol Garcia, 4.
Daisy Jamison,
Daisy Jameson, 4.
did it get recorded? Or no?
Daisy Jameson, 4.
Thank you. Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
thank you. Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Dr. Edwards, Allison Edwards, 4. David Salcedo,
Here's a 4.
Melissa Scott, Melissa Scott, 4. Dr. Sharp
Tyrone Sharp, 4.
and Kathy Shipp, 4. And Rick Williams.
Rick Williams, 4.
And the motion carries. So congratulations. We look forward to more nurses, more RNs. I didn't know if you thought we were saying something. So congratulations, and our consultants will be in touch with you about the rest of the proceedings, and we wish you well. And we want to see those RNs out there with great NCLEX rates. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
You're gonna be able to pay for it.
Oh, I couldn't.
I thought I heard you.
Career Institute, and I never left my thing. It's in both of them. It's got Texas High School and it's, and then I get done here, because Arlington, and my brain could not. Mhm. Okay, in San Antonio. I never thought to go.
Just want to take it out. Some other school.
So we're the people. And thank you, board members and audience. We're a little bit early for our 2:30. And so the representatives are here. Okay, so we will go ahead and the representatives of Institute of Allied Health School in San Antonio, Texas VN program, if you would come to the front. I have Barbara Scanlon, Nestor Lopez, and Veronica Garcia.
Thank you, President Shipp. And I will not forget the swearing in this time, I promise. I'm not the new person. I am the new person, but I'm not.
Well, and I just did it as well, and then I was like, oh my goodness.
Trying to,
Opening
was trying to
statement.
cue Dr. Donnelly in on the different things, and it was a distraction.
Yes, so we're good. Okay, so for members, this is 3.2.8B Institute of Allied Health School in San Antonio VN program. let me get it brought up online. Okay, great. Here we go. So thank you for being here today. Public hearing for new nursing program. Under section 301.157 of the Texas Occupations Code, the Board of Nursing is charged with the responsibility to prescribe and publish the minimum requirements and standards for a course of study in each program that prepares registered nurses or vocational nurses. The board has received a proposal from Institute of Allied Healthcare to establish a new nursing education program in San Antonio, Texas. The purpose of this hearing is to allow an opportunity for interested parties, individuals, and organizations to present testimony to the board in order that it may determine whether the proposal from Institute of Allied Healthcare to establish a new nursing education program in San Antonio, Texas, will meet the minimum requirements established by the board. Members of the public were provided prior notice, both on file with the Secretary of State's office and on the board's website, of the opportunity to request to present verbal or written testimony related to this hearing and the instructions for doing so. Board staff has received no such request. The proceedings today will be presented in the following manner. Persons who will be presenting on behalf of the nursing education programs will be given 20 minutes to make their presentation. Please make your comments as concise as possible. And at the beginning of your remarks, please tell us who you are and who you represent. And if you're addressing particular parts of the proposal, and please identify them before you begin. If you wish to submit written testimony or to supplement your oral remarks with written testimony, you may do so at the close of this hearing by submitting those comments to the board staff via email. So will the representatives of Institute of Allied Healthcare Nursing Education Program please raise your right hand to be sworn in? Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the Board of Nursing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. So now, Dr. Hooper will give us a report, and then I will recognize representatives to talk. Thank you, Dr. Hooper.
The Institute of Allied Healthcare, or the IOAH, was originally started in 2016 to offer a certified nursing assistant program and medical assistant program. They are approved by the Texas Workforce Commission and career colleges. It's nationally accredited by the Council on Occupational Education. The IOAH BN program will be delivered through face-to-face courses with nursing skills labs, faculty supervised clinical instruction, and didactic. The program has a total of 1,235 hours to be completed in 4 14-week terms, with a 1-week break after each term. The campus is located in the South Texas Medical Center in San Antonio. The clinical learning experiences have been secured in a wide variety of clinical facilities in San Antonio, such as Memory Care, Westover Hills, True Care Living Center, Wellman Medical Group, Superhero Kids Home Health. Ms. Barbara Scanlon, MSN RN, is the proposed program director, has 40 years nursing experience, practice, education, and administration. She has served as program director for 2 other nursing education programs in Texas. IOAH is requesting an initial enrollment of 30 students in 1 cohort in 2023 through year 4. So that would be 30 each year. At that time, pending their performance, they will increase the enrollment to 30 students per cohort and 2 cohorts per year. The representatives are here. In our deliberations this week, in our pre-board, we talked about the fact that we're considering that many new programs are in their first nursing program in their school, and it's a new experience for them. So we talked to Ms. Scanlon this morning that in view of this, we are adding a few more recommendations, a few more requirements to the recommendation to more or less ensure our oversight to help them be successful in their program. I think this may be a precedent for what we'll do more in the future. So I hope you got your new version of the board report today. And the things we added was that provide information to us during the first year after every time about their student enrollment, attrition, and their needing to provide remediation for those students. In addition, that after the first year, we would receive a total program evaluation plan showing their data for the year so that we can see the progress of the program. The other requirement that we put in this one, and the previous one, was that we will make a virtual survey visit after students and faculty are in place. When we do those virtual visits, we meet with those groups online and we're able to talk with them about how things are going, what seems to be working well, and how they're doing in their class. This helps us a great deal to get a feel for the program. So as you know, we've had more virtual visits for the past 2 years, even though they've been very successful, much more difficult for the new program. So we're trying to get some more measures in place with new programs so we can better evaluate and support them in their early time. So now I'll allow our visitors to introduce themselves and give us their presentation.
Hello, my name is Ernesto Lopez, and I'm the school director and CEO of the Institute of Healthcare. Excuse me. I want to start by thanking Dr. Ayers and Dr. Hooper for the support and guidance they so kindly provided. I want to thank the board members for giving us the opportunity today to present our proposals. I fully support the program and our team. I'm excited to make a difference in our future to prospective students and our graduates. We have dedicated a great amount of time and effort, and as a school, we are ready to embark on this endeavor. And I'd like to introduce Assistant Director.
Thank you for your time today. My name is Veronica Garcia. I am the Assistant School Director, and I currently oversee staff and admissions, career services, and with externship coordination for other programs that we offer. We look forward to bringing on new additional program of nursing if possible. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Are we here? Good afternoon. Is that working? There we go. Okay. To the Texas Board of Nursing, Madam President, I thank you for your time today. It is my pleasure to present a new vocational nursing program to you today from the Institute of Allied Healthcare. I am a registered nurse with over 40 years of experience in education, administration, and clinical practice. I am a retired nurse midwife, and I have had the pleasure of moving to Texas in 2016, where I oversaw the Newport College program and turned a failed program into a successful program in a few short months. Unfortunately, with the closure of that college, I was forced to change direction a little bit, and I went down to Coastal Bend College. I was able to bring 100 students from Bristol Point down to Coastal Bend, and we successfully had them graduate for the teach out for part of that program, which was very near and dear to my heart to see those students be able to continue and finish out. I am experienced in healthcare, in education, administration, and this program presents an opportunity for me to use all of my clinical knowledge, all of my experience in growing a brand new program. I'm excited because I know that we need nurses in the field. We need licensed vocational nurses, we need registered nurses, and to grow them and give them the opportunities to be successful. Our program is focused on setting up our students for success, looking at them, what their strengths are, what their needs are, and being able to serve those needs and educate a high-quality student. I always think of someday I'm going to need a nurse. And I want to know that that nurse is somebody that I've trained, somebody who's excellent in the profession. And so we're going forward, hopefully, with this program. And I thank you again for the opportunity for letting us present it to you.
Thank you. Board members, any questions?
You go ahead first.
No, you go. I went first last time.
Okay. Madam President, I have a question.
Sure.
This is for Ms. Scanlon. As I was reading your proposal for every class, I noticed the rubric for testing. ATI is all pass fail.
The ATI portion is pass fail. The actual test within the classroom will be graded ABC. They have to have a passing grade of a C.
But wouldn't that then make the ATI a high stakes test for the student? Why would you choose to make that the judge?
That's preparing them for the NCLEX. Okay.
Sure.
All the testing is preparing them, but we want to give them the opportunity to have a broad range of questions and experiences on examinations.
Then why should ATI fail a student out of the program? Why not give it a graded weight? They're taking the test, right? So what is the cutoff for what is considered failing for ATI in your program?
I believe 75%.
Well, then, so you're talking about comprehensive predictor, or I don't understand, because usually it comes in level 1, 2, and 3.
Mm-hmm.
So what of those levels is considered failing for the student?
If they pass, with at least a 75% of the examination, it's not going to fail them out of the program. They will fail that exam and give us an opportunity to see where their strengths and needs are and be able to remediate them and focus the education better for each student.
So I'm confused because in the handbook, it's pass or fail. So if you fail, it's failing. So you're saying it's not going to, that what will fail them out of the program is the grades on the regular examination, the quizzes, assignments, and everything else that's on the rubric.
Altogether.
But the ATI will not fail them out?
Not one piece on its own. If they fail the entire course,
Okay.
that would be failing them out of the program.
So,
They are given a second chance.
so because it's pretty much each course has its own ATI, right? So the PNS has their ATI test. So they take their ATI test, even though it says pass or fail on there, it's not going to fail them out.
They will fail the exam. But we will look at the overall scores and everything else together.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
I fully intend to have students given all of their education and studies, everything that they need to be able to, we don't have to teach to an exam, but we're going to teach them.
Sure. Now, when they take the ATI, they don't achieve the level that you want, the 75%. Do they get a second opportunity to take the exam?
Yes, there's one second opportunity, yes. It also gives us an opportunity to see if we're missing something from the educational end, from the teaching piece.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, can I say something I might clarify for me in this line of questioning, if you don't mind?
Sure.
It sounded like what Mr. Johnson was asking was, you have you're in class and you make a bunch of A's on all the tests, and then you get to the end and you take the ATI. Is that right? Is that my word?
That is what I was trying to get.
And all of a sudden that's a fail. How does that mathematically, decide what your grade in the class is? Or is that you failed the class? That was I think that was the first question that I was confused about.
It's within the rubric, it's one piece of it, it's not the entire course. the ATI at the end is not the entire, if they fail that, we need to look at.
No, I understand that. I mean, I understand that you're saying that, but I'm kind of like a math guy. You got like 75, 75, 75 fail. You know, what does that fail? How does that add up with the rest of the grade? Yeah. How's it weighted or mathematically impact your grade? See what I mean?
Yes,
So,
something I'll have to look at.
yeah, and I understand what you're saying. It's not gonna fail. It says fail, and one could interpret it
As
like
failing.
you failed the class, but you're not saying that.
Right.
So it's,
To pass over that exam.
yeah. I know it. Yeah.
And then we
I
have
love
mental-
those. I love those tests.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Dr. Edwards? Or were you through Ken? Who? Oh, Rick, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam President. Okay, I'm not trying to muddy water here. I'm trying to just peer through and get a little vision for myself. Okay, so the student has passed all the ABC portion, grading portion of the class. You take essentially the end of course exam, you fail it the first time. You get a second opportunity to take that. If they fail it the second time, what happens then?
Then they have failed that course. They will not be able to continue on to the next level, but we can bring them back to repeat that course the next year or the next session that we have.
So that would make the ATI high stakes.
It is high stakes.
If they're total scores together.
Because if I have an A in the class and I don't do well on a comprehensive exam type of test, and I get a level 1, which is below performance for ATI, and I retake it and make a level 1 again, then you're saying I failed the class.
If their total cumulative score.
Because the ATI content is different than what Elsevier does, the publishers do for their books. So it's kind of
We're
two
not doing
different
Elsevier.
things that we are teaching, having to teach.
We will be giving them ATI content throughout the courses. There'll be, their mastery series will be utilized for study throughout, so they'll be able to navigate through those exams.
So they have remediation and do things with that focus review that comes from API.
Yes. Again, I want to set them up for success and give them every tool available so that they do pass. I'm not looking to fail students. I'm looking to have them succeed.
Thank you. Comments?
Hi, I have a question for you.
Yes.
You say it's not a high stakes testing situation, right?
I do not like that.
Well, it's not a good term. So let me ask you something. If the student makes the 75 or 79 in each course, and they get to the point with the ATI, when they're using the grade lock system or the progression system, student takes that test the first time, he fails it, can he take it again?
Yes, I already
They
said.
fail it the second time, can he take it again?
Not immediately we will have to look at their overall progression, and possibly have them go through more remediation or a course again before they can take it again.
So then if the student comes back and they fail it again, can they retake it?
I would personally say no. At this point, I don't want to see students retaking. I've had that experience in the past with other programs where they just keep on going and going and taking. It doesn't improve student scores usually.
I want to reiterate, I want to iterate or right now what the board's concern is, okay? And that is, these tests at the end where they don't progress because they haven't learned enough to pass an ATI and therefore maybe it's indicative of not passing the end class, and that student doesn't progress or doesn't graduate, then that is sort of a what they've historically seen as a strategy to weed out people who won't be taking the NCLEX exam for their program
and thus be judged on the overall pass rate of a cohort.
Mhm.
They don't ever graduate.
I don't want that.
Right. But it is how the board is seeing this sort of high stakes or green light, red light, or whatever kind of make its way into the curriculum so that programs show their success by only graduating those people who pass the NCLEX because they haven't ever been able to, all the ones that have been able to pass the ATI don't graduate. You see this is kind of one of those big,
My look at the ATI should be that they've already gotten all of that material throughout the course. And that's, final exam, it's, seeing how they are able to interpret data and be able to understand how.
that's what we understand that tool to be used, should be used for. Exactly.
Exactly. I only if a student did fail that final exam, that we could sit down with them, break down what's going on, be able to identify their needs and structure remediation towards that, so that we can keep it going forward. I want to see, at the end, of course, there's going to be a person at some point, for some reason, I would say at least 95% of my students graduate. I'm not looking to cut out students just because I don't like you. You're not progressing the way I want you to. If you're not progressing well, it's either something that we're not doing right, or we need to find out what meets your needs and teach appropriately.
And I think the staff recommendation shows the ability of the reports to come into the board to kind of monitor those, what in the board order is called unsuccessful students, and how you were, Dr. Cooper, you want to agree with that? I don't want to, seems like that's what that's designed for.
There is a concern about not just this program, but any program using ATI as the measure.
Mhm.
And that's the thing that we would discourage.
Yeah, that's.
We don't have any authority to say you can't do that, but we don't give good practice.
Yes, ma'am.
Or the HESI. The HESI is kind of that same thing. Hey, Dr. Edwards, did you?
Just a few. Yes, just a few questions. What is your plan for remediation for helping unsuccessful students? In the proposal, I just read that you would have tutoring available and that faculty would handle it. Do you have any other measures that or interventions that would help students?
Again, to sit down and see where their weaknesses are, find out, what their study habits are, I'll give them additional tools for that. And I'm using, ATI has wonderful online resources, okay, to be able to remediate students with, as well as the textbook that we chose has wonderful support systems through LWW, Williams and Wilkins online resources as well. So we have lots of tools to use to help them remediate, and we can monitor all the things that they're doing in all of those, in both those resources.
But that's left up to the faculty to facilitate that process for the students not achieving.
Yeah, I want my faculty to get involved in all that.
So, and I noticed you were using a lot of the ATI online modules to remediate, but I couldn't find anywhere, I saw the textbook, there was mention of workbooks for didactic component, but do you have a learning management system or platform using Canvas or Blackboard or any of that as with the curriculum? Or is it just they get online with ATI and they use only those modules, everything else is paper?
No, because we have the ATI, and like I said, the Lippmans, Williams, and Wilkins, and the Rosedale series has full online resources as well.
But you're not using a separate learning management system that sort of.
The Norman system.
What's it called?
It's like a Canvas or like a board, and that's how they'll have the quizzes and exams.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you. I have another question. One moment. Oh, you probably heard me talking about the clinical evaluation tool. For level 1, 2, and 3, and it's the same, a little different with your clinical evaluation, what we plan to use for your students. You've just got 2 parameters, either satisfactory or unsatisfactory. And so this is just a comment. I'd also recommend you have a 3rd category. So maybe a needs improvement, not just so black and white. Maybe they require some remediation, and then I'd associate points with that. And then I would have a total at the bottom of that tool, so that again, it's a more objective, a more directive metric for both the student and the faculty.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
That's a really great idea.
Thank you. That's all.
Madam President, I have a question. Okay, so before we can get to all the testing and stuff that you're seeing as a Allegheny issue, I noticed that part of your admissions criteria is the score, the TAS scores. And you guys say that a 78 to a 90 is considered advanced. Are you going to accept anyone below 78?
We're going to try not to. We need to admit a high-level student, first of all. We are a small institute, we don't have general education courses, so I can't give them math, I can't give them writing skills. So they have to come in with those skills. So I prefer to have a higher score, which will set them up for success, because they'll be able to understand the material better.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, I'm not so sure that 78 though is advanced, according to how you
Probably be
classify
the
it.
lowest that I'd look at. I'm really looking for an 85% on the T scores.
But it's, my question is, can you like assure us that, because it sounds like all these tests and everything you're doing are very high stake. It sounds like it's gonna be a very intense program.
T scores is not high stake.
No. I'm talking about the tests. So I'm talking about the students you're bringing in. I'm talking about before we even get started. I'm talking about your criteria and accepting these people, these students. It sounds like this entire program is going to be very intense with the grading program, the rubric that you have. So what I'm saying is, are you going to accept anyone below a 78, which you consider advanced? And if you are, how low are you willing to go?
I don't think I'm willing to go lower than that 78% at this point.
Okay.
This is, for our first class at least, the first couple of classes, I need to have a high quality student come into the program to make sure that they can do the material, perform properly, and be able to graduate the program and take NCLEX at the end. Most importantly, I want high functioning nurses to take care of the population.
Okay.
Madam President, I do have it on Dave's point. I actually read in the proposal 70% was the,
possible, but I'm looking at.
it's not 78, 70% was what you would accept for a T's admission. Is that correct, or is it 78?
That's what the acceptable standard is. But the 78, 80 is what I'm looking
Is
for.
what you're looking for, okay. And I actually did forget one other question, if you don't mind. I read on your clinical affiliations that your pediatric experience would be at the Superhero Kids Home Health. That's only one. Okay.
We've got clinical agreements with Catholic Charities right now, that use all of their sites as, and we've got a couple of others coming in as well. We've had more contracts since the proposals got.
Okay. Yeah, that's the only pediatric piece I saw.
Part of my problem with the clinical sites is the catch-22. Okay, I don't have a program to go to them and say, okay, I've got the students ready for you when they're looking for that. Maine Methodist Hospital was across the street from us, and they had approached us several months ago to discuss clinicals. So once I have the program, then I can go back to them and say, now I can put a contract together that works.
Thank you.
And yeah, and I'll just follow up real quick. The reason I was asking all that is that we've had programs come here before where they'll blame the student, but then they were in charge of the admission criteria. And so I just want to put it in front of you all that I hope it works, but if it doesn't, you can't blame the student.
Absolutely.
All right, because like we have zero tolerance for that.
When I look at a student performance not performing well, I have to look at, am I not teaching properly? What are the needs of that student? I am a master educator. I've been through this. Like I said, when I went to Career College, when I got there, I had students coming in complaining about the educational process and the teachers weren't teaching. I brought a teacher after teacher in with the faculty member and sat with them, looked at the way they were teaching, what was going on. We worked on different points. And within 3 weeks, I had students coming back to me in my office saying, thank you. Because the faculty were finally teaching appropriately under a bit of guidance. So I know I can do that work. And I know that we can give the resources to students who are not doing well. At the same time, I want to make sure that I bring in students who can't make the grade, literally.
Thank you, and thank you for that. Any other questions, board members? Okay, at this time, I need a motion. Okay, David?
Well, I'll let him do it. I move to grant initial approval to the Institute of Allied Healthcare to establish a new vocational nursing education program in San Antonio, Texas, and impose the conditions and requirements in the attached letter and order. Number one, the program shall not have more than a total of 30 students in one cohort in 2023. After the initial year of operation, the Institute of Allied Healthcare may enroll one cohort of 30 students each year through year 4, then increase to 30 students per cohort in 2 cohorts annually for year 5. Number 2, board staff will conduct a virtual survey visit when students are enrolled in classes and in session. Number 3, the program shall submit for board staff approval no more than 10 days following the date of the end of each term. 1, a list of de-identified enrolled students, a progress report for each enrolled student, a comprehensive remediation plan to timely assist unsuccessful students, and ending attrition of students. And number 4, the program shall submit to board staff the completed total program evaluation plan with outcome data after the first year of operation.
In the motion, he said, approval is no later than 10 days following. Okay. And I need a second.
This is Ken Johnson, I second.
Thank you. And I do want to emphasize that part of this, and you have on the list, and maybe you noticed the school before did not have a list like this. They didn't have some things, but they already had nursing in place. And so this is, we see this as to help you be successful. And
I appreciate it completely. Thank you.
so,
Everything that Dr. and Dr. Cooper have worked on with us has been wonderful and great guidance, and I appreciate that very much.
thank you. Okay, if there's no more discussion, then we will take a vote. Darrell Chambers,
Darrell Chambers, 4.
Laura Disc,
Laura Disc 4.
Carol Garcia,
Carol Garcia against.
Maisie Jameson,
Daisy Jameson.
4. Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson against.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn 4.
Dr. Edwards,
Alice Edwards 4.
David Salcedo,
David Salcedo 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott 4.
Dr. Sharp,
Charlie Sharp, 4.
Kathy Schiff, 4, and Rick Williams.
Rick Williams, 4.
So the motion passes. So thank you very much, board members, and thank you very much, representatives, and we wish you well. And Dr. Hooper will be in touch with you about how you progress forward, and we look forward to positive impacts of results since we have a nursing shortage. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you to all the board members. God bless.
Okay. So, Dr. Alvarez, I know that you're here. We're running just a little bit behind. We're members need about 10 minutes, and then we'll be back to get started. So thank you for being here. Okay, so we'll come back and after. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
From that vote? I don't know why.
I wanted to do that. I already felt like I was.
So how'd you vote?
This is my problem, so you vote. Now that everybody's voted anyway, so this is.
Hello, board members and audience. And this is 5.3.4 update on Texas Workforce Commission Nursing Apprenticeship Program. Dr. Hooper is here, and then we have Dr. Alvarez, who's the commissioner from the Texas Workforce Commission. It's another state agency, and some more people.
Thank you, Ms. Ship. I want to introduce them. I was supposed to just give a very, very brief report on a really updating the apprenticeship project, you know, that I've been telling you about. But these people from PwC have been itching to come, and I couldn't make them wait until we have the new building ready, so here they are. And so I do like to introduce Commissioner Alvarez and these other people. I'll let him introduce each one of those, and he'll give you a fresh update, just better than what I could have done. So thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, Dr. Hooper. Thank you to all of you for allowing us to be here. We're going to be very brief. But we bring greetings from Governor Abbott. The reason that I wanted to meet with you all today was because November 15th, that week of November 15th, is National Apprenticeship. Governor Abbott has also taken it upon himself to make a Texas Apprenticeship Week as well. So with that said, we are here to present to you a proclamation on behalf of Governor Abbott, recognizing the work that Dr. Cooper and all of you all have done to contribute to the discussions that we've had regarding this rollout of an apprenticeship nurse. I know that we have some colleagues here from South Texas that we had, these discussions that we've had regarding apprenticeship nursing, came from discussions that we've had with stakeholders around the state of Texas. With today, I have Elena Zach, who is my program director. And I have my chief of staff, Janelle Cruz, and we have Nancy Holmes, who is director of apprenticeship. Just yesterday, I was at Brazos Ford College, where we were talking about what we're doing to address apprenticeship educators. And so we do now have a K through 12 apprenticeship program. And please keep in mind that we have some of the first apprenticeship programs in the country that have been actually started in this great state of ours. You'll be happy to hear that we are now expanding into cybersecurity. We have an IT with St. David's District. And we now have it in the beer business, and we're taking customers. We're teaching veterans who have transitioned out of military service to make beer and brewmastering, and we're doing that in Mission, Texas, owned by military servicemen that opened up this company up there. So we're very proud of that. As you know, Texas strives to be number one in everything. With the help of Dr. Hooper, we're very grateful for her expertise and for providing us with honest feedback. We've had many discussions for over 2 years. Actually, it started back in 2019 down in South Texas, where we met with many of the medical healthcare systems that are even present here today, discussing what we can do to address the nursing shortage. So we are here today just to share with you and to just acknowledge the great work that you all have done by providing us excellent feedback. And so, again, on behalf of Governor Abbott, the two commissioners that I sit with, we're here to provide you or present to you a proclamation, and it's the first that we're providing. We're going to be doing many of these, but Dr. Hooper is also going to be one of my panelists, along with Baylor Scott and White. We'll have the chancellor of San Jacinto College. She'll be there present as well. Desi Holmes will be on the panel, and it's talking about healthcare shortages. So with that said, to members of the board, thank you for allowing us to be here today. But we wanted you to be the first to receive one of the proclamations that Governor Abbott just had available for us to present. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes. And the other thing is, I really appreciate you calling me doctor.
Oh.
Even though I'm not a doctor. My ex-girlfriend's a PA and her family. I used to tell her to call me doctor, but or sir, no, I'm kidding. I'm from South Texas, I gotta say that. But really, I'm very grateful to be here in front of all of you. And I've seen the last two of your meetings, which is very interesting. I've seen the last two of your meetings via, I guess, Zoom. So it's interesting the angles that the camera catches you in, you know, because I said, that's the person, he's sitting right next to her. Why didn't they just turn to her? But thank you for allowing us to be here. If you all have any questions regarding what we're doing, I do have the expert. I will tell you that what has been submitted to the Department of Labor is being reviewed. And I don't know if there's anything you guys would like, but like I said, we're doing it in education. And Department of Labor does want to see this, but as I've referenced in many discussions, you know, we understand the value of nursing. We have family members that are in that profession, just like I used to be a health patrolman. I see one of my colleagues here. I value law enforcement as well. So please, if there's any questions you'd like to ask, I have the experts here.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. We were in a conference call Tuesday afternoon with Mr. Daniel.
Yes.
And it was a great meeting. And he spoke, you know, real highly about this. And again, talked about the nursing shortage in rural Texas and all of the things you have. And so after that meeting, and I have to apologize because I should have done this before the meeting, but I went to your website afterwards and I loved it. And it is so much. And you do so many amazing things. And so I read everybody's bio and what you have, because we have 13 members, all appointed by the governor. And so I was just clarifying, so the three of you are appointed by the governor.
That's correct.
And so are you considered, are you like a staff of the Texas Workforce Commission, or you're the, like we come in 4 times a year? And
I have to live here.
Okay. Okay.
So I don't have the luxury of going back home after my meeting.
Okay. Okay. So I was just trying to get it in my mind.
You have to give me 4 times a week.
Okay. So you do, but you're appointed by the governor, just like we are, but we're volunteer and we come in, so we do our regular job and they come in and we try to think of regulation, but we did it that time. And when I was reading all this, I was like, I'm trying to figure this out.
So we're like cabinet members?
Yes.
So you've got the governor and then he's got his cabinet, and very few of us are paid. Water Development Board, very few of the commissioners are paid in the state of Texas.
Okay.
But yeah, it's interesting you should say that, because to this day, I've been here since 2016. My dad doesn't know what I do. So I reference that I work at TWC, and he has breakfast every morning with his friends at McDonald's. And he asked me one day when I was down there, hey, when am I gonna get free cable? And I said, why would you ask for free cable, Dad? He goes, my friends are always asking me, why don't you get free cable? And I asked my dad, why would I get free cable? He goes, well, don't you work at Time Warner? This whole time, my father, who seen me in pictures with Governor Abbott, and before that worked for Senator Hutchinson, he thought I provided security for Senator Hutchinson, which I didn't. My poor dad. But I will tell you that he's fascinated, and I appreciate that Kathy explaining to everyone. We do have 3 members. I represent the interests of working Texans. You'll see Friday the unemployment rate, and you're going to be excited to see where our numbers are. I can't share those with you until Friday when they come out, because we allow Governor Abbott to make that announcement. But I do represent the interests of the 14 million working Texans, the second largest labor force in the country. And I will tell you, regardless of where we've gone, I was just invited to speak at the White House. And one of the things they wanted to know is, how did you use WIOA funding to pay for these paid stipends? I mean, it's creative things like that that make it very exciting. And so we had folks that represented various colleges that are also on there. We had Texas A&M Purdue that was sitting next to me and said, how do you all pay these students? And so what I did was we had $10 million of WIOA reserve money and some money that Desi has from her account, and we were able to implement this paid clinical. We call them paid stipends though. And I know you've mentioned that in your board meetings, because I've heard all of you and I've seen all of you. I've heard of you all.
Thank you.
I do my research.
You did better than I did, because I'm board, it was really impressive, and I don't know what I thought TWC did, but it wasn't all that. And so I'm very pleased to see what you do, and so one of your commissioners is for public.
That's correct.
That's Mr. Daniel.
So the way I do it is I look at it like if you're at McDonald's. You have the person who actually owns the McDonald's. He's the commissioner representing the employee. So that would be Aaron Demerson, my good friend, Commissioner Aaron Demerson. And then you have the person who buys the product, which would be Commissioner Daniel. And I am the person who represents the one that's working, that's preparing your food and does all the work. I want to stress that, all the work. It's right. That's me. But I do have the experts here if you have any questions regarding the apprenticeship. I appreciate the fact that you did meet with someone from our office, but I do want to remind everyone that there's so much talk about this initiative. We're getting conversations we're having calls coming in from all over the country. As I said, I was just in Chicago, I was in Washington. People want to know what Texas is doing. As I mentioned to you earlier, 70 companies during the pandemic came to this great state of ours. And why is that? Because we have a skilled workforce, and you all are helping us with that. And we really appreciate the work that you all are doing. So one of the other reasons I wanted to be here is to just thank you for all the great work that you're doing.
Mr. Alvarez, Kathy Lederhorn representing LVN Practice, and I just wanted to say, it was a topic of a dinner party that I went to a couple of months ago. We, as older people in our fields, can sit back and wax philosophical and say, no one paid me to do my clinicals, no one. And some educators were getting on board. And at the end of the party, however, we were like, you know what, you have to make changes. And it's not 1991. It's not, and Texans are so different, and we are bringing in people because of that. So I just wanted to say it is a part of the conversation. And I have gone on the website, and I was going to say, I want to be an apprentice for a junior pet stylist. How can I do that?
Prison. We're teaching our women prisoners to do that right now. No. We are providing a array of services, and our women are exiting our Lockhart prison certification. And those animals that they train are servicing or service animals that are going to veterans. We do an array of stuff. I mean,
I need a husband stylist.
Isn't that great? But don't do your husband the same way you would do a pet.
Oh, stylist. Oh, hair groomer. I thought it was like styling clothes or something. I'm like,
I wanted Mr. Alvarez to also know that the whole apprenticeship program being a hot topic, has encouraged nursing programs across our state to look at hospitals and establish some kind of partnership that would be similar, maybe not quite as much, but be able to have their clinical count for their educational objectives and be paid for it. So that's been a stimulus for a lot of new things that you weren't even aware of.
Yeah, so we just informed our hospitals and employers that with this tranche of money that's been awarded to all the states, especially in Texas, we did something different. And so what I wanted to make clear to our staff from the IS was, could we use child care funding that came from this administration to actually house TRS providers, Texas Rising Star, those kids, our kids that we hand over to our child care providers? Could we have a child care provider in a place of business? And just so that you know, we have one in the state of Texas. So think about it. We have one child care provider in the state of Texas, and it's not Tesla, it's not Amazon, it's not Samsung, it's at Valley Baptist Brownsville. And they did that so that they could accommodate those nurses and doctors, allied health professionals, to take care of their kids while they were at work so they could work that extra shift. That is what has been generated from the discussions that we've had regarding apprenticeship. Now, I will tell you, there have been some folks that maybe are pushing it, but I've never stated that we were going a different route. We take the same exam. We're listening closely to Dr. Hooper's advice, and many of you that are in this room, we've made some choices. But keep in mind that in 2001, when the report was given to higher ed on how we could address the nursing shortage, which Dr. Hooper has, and it's on tab 3, it says there that there are 2 things that you can do to increase the number of nurses. One was to have pre-apprenticeship program or apprenticeship program. That was 2001 when that was stated. The next one was to pay students while they did their clinicals. And we did both. I couldn't do all of them, couldn't provide them. We did provide a couple of vouchers depending on how much they made, their household income. But, we couldn't do everything, but those were good starts. So I wanted you to know that we literally looked at that report, recommendations by many of you in higher ed that were in that room, that gave to the legislature, and we just took it a different step. And the first person that we asked to attend the meetings was Dr. Hooper. Higher ed was there, EA was there, MD Anderson, you name the hospitals, many of them were there representing this great state. So, thank you. You have any questions for Desi or any other way the friendship program? You guys are good with it? You ready to sign? No, I'm just kidding.
Well, Dr. Hooper had talked to us about meetings and some information, so we had a little bit of information before today. So that has been good. So.
I asked it if you have any other questions, that you direct those questions. There's gonna be a lot of folks that are gonna be calling you. Please direct those questions to Desi Holmes, our director of apprenticeship, because she can best answer those questions. Again, now that this is a hot topic, everybody wants to be involved. You're gonna hear it. And Commissioner Alvarez spoke to me. I never spoke to that person. Never had that conversation. So please keep that in mind, that we have been working on this since 2019 for a long time. And again, it was employer driven, which was what Governor Abbott charged us to do in 2016, to listen to stakeholders, figure out how we could put Texans back to work, those 24 to 35-year-olds. So thank you for your time. We know we've taken more than enough of your time. Thank you for allowing us to be here. And like I said, we wanted to present you with this proclamation on behalf of Governor Abbott and ourselves.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you so much, and for your staff and all the good work that you're doing.
You take donations. No, I'm just kidding. Did I say hello?
It's on the record.
Look at the small. Small.
Seriously, I could do that. I really thought it was close.
Make a few little outfits.
3.2.
It's a little computer. That's right.
Okay, board members, I think we're going to go to the one that was pulled off the consent, 3.2.7. report of an abrupt program closure and current situation for students at Aspen University in Austin, Texas, baccalaureate degree nursing education program. And so this was Dr. Benton.
Yes, thank you, Madam President.
And board members, glad to be here.
This is an unfortunate report of an abrupt closure of Aspen University's pre-licensure nursing program here in Round Rock, Texas. And it was exactly a month ago today that we received notice from the provost that they would be closing their pre-licensure nursing programs. They did note that their post-licensure RN to BSN, graduate and doctoral programs would remain in operation. This program was approved in July of 2020. At the time, there was only one other pre-licensure program, and that was in Arizona. And they had not yet had any graduates, so there was no pass rate as a performance indicator. The reason they are closing is a little complex. It's explained in the report, but I'll try to give a Reader's Digest version. They are accredited through an organization called Distance Education Accrediting Commission. And that accreditation is hinged upon the Arizona Board of Nursing approval of the pre-licensure program. They entered into a probationary consent agreement with the Arizona Board of Nursing in March of this year due to several issues related to the program performance. And then later this year, they entered into a voluntary order to agreement to close the program because one of the stipulations of their March order was that they attain an 80% pass rate. And once they saw that that was not going to happen for the next Arizona cohort for the test year, they went ahead and decided to close. So with that, they lost that accreditation. And that accreditation is also the basis and part for their ability to be authorized to give a degree here in Texas through the coordinating board. Does that make sense? I can try to re-explain it. So that is kind of the backstory behind their decision to close. Locally here, we have met with the current director of the Austin Round Rock program. He started his position as director in August of this year. Prior to that, the original program director was in place who presented the program in July of 2020. Right now, there are approximately 216 students enrolled. Of those, 67 are in the nursing core portion, and they are going to continue to teach them out. You have a copy of the submitted teach-out plan in the attachment to your report. We call the director Dr. Gabriel because none of us can pronounce his last name. But he does have a track history of success. He helps complete the teach-out program for Hallmark University. And I don't know if any of you remember when he came to the board, he had outstanding results. I think he had 100% pass rate. Unfortunately, it was too late because the program had already closed, but he is very motivated. He's very open to keep us updated. We talked to him most recently again Monday afternoon, and he mentions that at that point, only one of the nursing students had withdrawn. We have not received a huge volume of calls or emails from students, which, you know, may be an indicator that they are communicating with their students. They do, you can see copies of the emails that went out to students to give them notification. They are saying that if they decide to transfer to another institution, they have affiliation agreements with some schools, but even if they go to another institution and that A new school will not transfer credit, that they can apply for a refund. And they do say that they are assisting students with these transfers. So I think that's it in a nutshell. So their last cohort here in Austin is to graduate in September of 2024. And with that, the coordinating board can issue an emergency authorization so the students will be able to get a degree and go on and take the NCLEX.
I may have missed it if you said it, but can you tell the board how many students were enrolled in nursing courses, not in pre-nursing, the general ed course?
67 students of the 216 students at the time of closure on September 20th. 67 were enrolled in the nursing board courses. The other students have not yet entered the nursing portion of the curriculum. It was hard for me to understand how they can go to 24 from now. That's almost 2 years, a little under 2 years, if they don't have that certification, qualification to stay in practice. I mean, usually we see it's like, well, it'd be a little bit of next year or whatever. So
2 years, that's the whole program.
they
right?
started in August, didn't they? And they're just now in. Is that what I was reading? Well, I would imagine they looked at the most recent cohort that started the nursing core and wanted to make sure that they could teach those students out. They won't be able to teach out all of the students that are in the pre-reg courses, just those that have, you know, so the last cohort that just started nursing will finish in September 24. Does that make sense? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I think it said that the curriculum was different than, did I read that? From the one that didn't have success in Arizona is why they're closing, and so now this one is going. You see what I'm saying?
I believe they did represent us. They had a different curriculum than the program in Arizona.
When they came before us in July, yes.
But for all the other factors that were, so this program had to go ahead and withdraw here in Texas. And it wasn't depending on the curriculum being the same or different or anything like that.
It was purely this accreditation loss.
So if they've gone through, and I asked for this to be pulled because I didn't quite understand either. Number one, I was worried about teach out because that 2 years is a long time for a teach out, and I fear that the staff are going to say, "I'm going to go because I'm not going to have health insurance," and I know that's beyond our control, but I don't understand. Explain it to me again. And probably they've come before us. We've approved their program. Well, number one, to say, "Oh, we're not going to pass in Arizona, so we're just going to withdraw." What? Who does that?
Okay.
No, their approval to even teach in Texas was dependent on an Arizona accreditation that they lost.
How is that? Are all of ours?
It's a national accreditation, and that national accreditor made Arizona's board approval a requirement for that accreditation to stay current.
And not ours.
Not ours.
Do we typically enter do national accredited? Do they typically say, with this approval, then we're going to approve you? Is that normal? That national accrediting bodies say, well, if the TBON approved you, then we'll approve you.
That's a question. I've never, this is the first time I've seen this sort of domino effect.
But I think it's happening more with these national programs. So they try to get approved in multiple states. And their initial accreditation is oftentimes their initial approval. That's my.
So are we going to start seeing that in Texas, that we could conceivably tell a program, or the national accreditor says, well, if the TVON says that you're good, then you're good.
Well, can I just talk a little bit? When we approved Aspen, they were CCNE accredited, which is a really high standard for a nursing program. They had programs in other states, but so far we didn't have any history. And that's probably something we want to look at in the future, is that they have a history. The coordinating board several years ago was allowed by the legislation to authorize programs if they have the certain national accreditations, including DEAA, which is the Distance Education Accreditation they had. They weren't doing well in Arizona with their pass rate. Arizona had put them on a warning or something. So DEAA, the EAC was dependent upon them having full accreditation from their Board of Nursing in Arizona to maintain that accreditation. That accreditation would account for all programs across the country under that school name. So they really, that's how it affects us. Because when the program, when Aspen decided to withdraw their approval in Arizona because they could see it's a black road ahead, then it meant all programs in all states then were not accredited anymore by DEAC. So if you don't have accreditation by somebody, national or regional, you cannot give a degree. And this was giving a degree. So that's the thing, it's that ability to give a degree.
Okay.
So it's very complicated.
But we've never seen it before, Dr. Hooper. have we?
No, we have not, but it's very unusual to have an accreditation organization drop accreditation from a program. Especially large programs, so it's not.
Well, Excelsior got their accreditation dropped recently, right?
Yes.
But their approval here wasn't based on that accreditation.
Your approval,
To-
no, we don't require accreditation. But we do, the coordinating board requires that accreditation. In order to give a degree.
So could Aspen in Texas have their program and bring it to us and get approval?
They still have to have accreditation from some place that gives them the authority to give a degree.
Okay.
That's that national accreditation.
And you didn't see, like, where they've been working on it or anything, it was just like, the CCNE people said, you guys are awful, we're out.
Nothing on CCNE's website all about
Yes,
this.
they're still CCNE accredited.
Oh, there's-
through, I think 2029.
And accreditation, nursing accreditation does not authorize the program to give a degree.
Right.
And the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board here in this state was requiring them to have some sort of regional or accreditation.
Yeah,
and
or
they didn't
national
know that.
accreditation.
And I guess under their laws, when that's gone, the Higher Education Board, well, they do have a teach out emergency order that they're going to permit them to grant a degree
Yeah,
and a
Chris
teach out.
mentioned they're going to allow them to teach out, they authorize them to go ahead and teach out.
So I have a question. They have an RN-BSN program. That's given a degree. So how?
We don't have regulation over
I
them,
know.
so
I know,
I'm kind of not sure about that.
It's, so that's not pre-licensure. So that's a good question, yeah.
And then it made me think about, other schools around the country. All kinds of people are doing RN-BSN in Texas from all other schools. And I thought,
And we don't have any regulation over that, so anybody could start an RN-BSN program in a school.
They can grant a degree.
They have to be able to grant a degree and they have to get approval through the coordinating board, and that comes through an accreditation. So it's like one thing after another. The program here does teach face-to-face classes, not online. The program in Arizona did online teaching and some of the others online.
Yeah, as I understand it, in Arizona, there are over 400 pre-licensure students in nursing for.
That they're gonna teach out.
Yeah.
Or board members, you know, you had a rule amendment that wasn't that long ago, that allowed a program to withdraw or to surrender their approval. That's written into our rule. And this is kind of an example of them, taking advantage of that. And it is, I wonder what happens next. You know, like, we don't want to be approved anymore, we're gonna teach out, and what does the board do? I mean, whenever that just craters into, well, you know, theoretically, if that just blows up. Like, the city of Rome was saying, they teachers quit because they.
I had spoken to a young lady, ran into her that's actually at the school, and exactly what Kathy was saying, that they're nervous because they've already had groups of instructors quitting because they're like, well, we're not gonna have a job, we're leaving. They're begging them not to quit. So now they were kind of in limbo as to, well, what are we gonna do with these two classes? We don't have an instructor now.
And reading the order, how did they violate the Nurse Practice Act?
In Arizona. So the initial order that they were under required that they would achieve a 2022 pass rate of 8%. Their pass rate in Arizona last year was 58%. And as I understand it, they saw the projections for 2022 and knew that they would not be able to achieve an 80%.
Do you require that?
Our 80% benchmark?
But we have an 80% benchmark, but we have steps. And theirs is a one and done.
Well, as I said earlier, I think the initial March order was a culmination of issues. It was not just straight.
Got it.
Which we've had too here, whenever some of the programs have come before us, long before a warning, showing that they're like in the 50s and there's other violations taking place, and the boards voted to put those people on conditional before warning, when it was appropriate.
So I was just getting in at the end, but they've probably already done these steps in Arizona with this program.
I don't know that their process is exactly like ours, but
There's a lot of rigor in it though, right?
There sure is, yes. So did they have a group already graduate and so we don't even know what we don't have any outcomes yet here in Texas. So I get the system and I'm just worried for these that just started in August or whatever they are to graduate, to go till 24 and they've just started, and we see that they don't have good rates. I understand the curriculum's different, but now I'm concerned about those students to spend the time and money. The 24. Dr. Hooper, what?
It's, well, one thing Dr. Benton talked about, Dr. Gabriel, is he's pretty convinced that he can bring this around. But we'll see.
Their first cohort will finish in February of 22. Board staff will watch their outcomes really closely.
23.
Oh, 23. Yeah, sorry.
First to pay. Oh, I see that. 23. Yeah.
Madam President, I think that, I remember this program. I think, you guys kind of feel about some of this stuff. I think maybe we need to like tighten up when we're moving these programs. Because even if these kids get the plans and the teach out and stuff, they graduate from a school that doesn't exist anymore. And that's just like, that stinks for them. I think that stinks for their career. And I always have to explain, well, you know, I went to this school, but it doesn't exist, but it's okay because you know, and so I just think that if, you know, with our gut, I think, you know, there's a lot of questions on the board sometimes when people come here, and I think it's things that are, you know, we're going one way or the other, and then I go back to just meeting maybe we can figure this out later, but I think just meeting the bare minimum to come before the board isn't the excellence that I think we want, that we want to see, and maybe it's on us, board members. Again, just because you meet the minimum requirements for a program, I don't think that's good enough. For some it is maybe, perhaps, but I think just generally speaking, you meet the bare minimum, and this is what happens. This is like the third or fourth time it's happened to us recently. And it's just very upsetting and sad for these students because, you know, we really care for the students. And so, I don't know, I just think we need to just really focus on these proposals and again, just start voting with some intuition, but also look at the facts and also start looking at the cons too. We're presenting the cons. I think the cons are kind of watered down and they're not as, I don't know. I don't think they're as objective as they should be. So it's just very, very sad.
Well, thank you, David, for that. And I think this last proposal we just did, where we had more criteria, and then the other one before that, we had some criteria, and that's historically what we've been doing now. And we've lost because we've had seen this more recent, and we've also looked at reducing the numbers. If you remember that they come in with a request and we've gone to lower numbers. So I think that is definitely in the last 2 years. Before, probably this would have been probably maybe before, we did that after maybe this one, but I think that we are, because that's when, those of you that were here, remember when the students were showing up during open forum and crying because they showed up that week and the door was closed. I think that got our attention. And so since then, that minimum criteria, we've added more surveillance and more initial surveillance instead of allowing to get to the point where they are on a warning. You know, we're more proactive. Dr. Hooper, are you?
I was just thinking, I like the ideas, and I like the ideas of more things for them to do, and I think the board can then make a decision. If staff is saying they need to do this many things, maybe it's too many. There was a point a few years ago, we don't know about proposals that never got to you.
Oh, gosh.
So, Kathy, I wish you knew more about those. But there was one that came and we were, this proposal for a long time. And at the end, we put in a lot of monitoring because we felt like this is so at risk. And when we did, the board members said, if they need this much monitoring, we cannot approve. So I think that might be a measure that we can write in things they need to do to show evidence along the way that they're going to be successful. And then if you determine that's too many, that's not going to make it. That might be one way we can help. Kathy, what do you think? I'm just talking off my head, but.
Well, I think staff have talked about various things we could do to strengthen our oversight of these programs. And we're going to be talking more about that after the meeting. So you may see some other ideas brought forth to you, but this has been a struggle since national accreditors were accepted in Texas. We began to see these programs that are open in multiple states, right? And say in Arizona, they're allowed to admit more students than we allow. So they have, hundreds of students in a program. We know that's a risk factor for a new program, right? Do you have too many students enrolled, too many cohorts in a year, that kind of thing. So we're trying to guard against all of that. We'll be back to you with some recommendations. On the other hand, there have been a couple of things that have happened in our state. One was that we were required to, through the Boarding Board, to recognize national accreditors. That was a standard that changed kind of quickly in the late 90s. And we used to only recognize regional accreditors. So SACS is our regional accreditor. There are various regional accreditation bodies throughout the country. And we were told, no, now we're going to recognize these national accreditors. And that was partially, politically a move that the state made. And a lot of those programs, don't get me wrong, have been successful and done just fine. But the ones that haven't really stand out to us. And that's what we're trying to dig a little bit deeper and find out why they did. You know that we post on our website what those risk factors are. We know that there are patterns that either public colleges and universities or private ones will place them at risk. And so we have seen it happen to our public colleges as well. I think that's fair to say.
Are we allowed to ask in these, because now knowing what I know, I went on and even before we approved Aston, they have 7 degrees in teach out. 7 that's in various stages of teaching out. Can we ask a programmer, any of your other programs in a teach out?
Yeah, we do. Yeah. I think one of the things we're looking at is if a program is open in another state, should they be delayed in their approval in our state until they have graduated class and see if they're successful? That's something that's for our authority to do that in various things.
Authority's the tough one.
Well, this is Texas, so sorry, Arizona. Y'all are on your own.
Well, I think that today we have a program that was new to nursing, even though they have been successful in other areas, and I'm glad. And they even have people who can come in because they've been successful, and those have been students passing with what they have. So we gave them a longer list.
Right.
And so I think that is a great precedence to have.
And I thank you for those questions because it really sharpens the program when they hear you. And then I think many times they probably go away and say, yes, we better change that. That's not good. So it's okay to question them.
Okay, anything else? Dr. Edwards, did you have anything that you wanted to say?
Well, I mean, it's interesting. Kathy and I both pulled this proposal and I mirror what David says. I continue to be very concerned about the proprietary programs, people getting into nursing because they're jumping on the bandwagon, the money bandwagon. And, you know, it's been a concern since I've been on the board because you see them and you see it in their eyes and you have this feeling that they're not getting in it for the right reasons. Nor do they have the education or background to get in. You know, we've seen everything from business entrepreneurs to
pre-med.
You know, I mean, I could, the list is long. So I mirror the same concerns of, you know, and yet, you know, we have to walk this tightrope of Texas is open for business, yes, but what's our primary mission? Our primary mission is to protect the public. If we're gonna protect the public, then we need to protect them from predators. Predators that are preying on vulnerable populations. You heard what Victoria College said about this college coming up, the 47,000. They're gonna be in debt. They may be too late for the loan debt forgiveness. So, you know, there's lots to consider when we do hear those. So I was glad to see a program. It's one of the things we look at when we look at these programs is, does the region have a geographic need, right? So that's one of the first things that's addressed in their proposal. So to really look at that and think about that, and clinical, you know, stepping on each other clinically. Edging out, we're doing that in Houston, and it's a conundrum. You know, our students are having to work these night shifts and share with other colleges, and so everything they said is spot on. Don't get me started.
Okay, well, I knew you had called for it to be removed and I wanted to allow you that, and I knew Ms. Liebermore did too. So since you guys were the ones that did that, so, okay, so, we have a report. Thank you, Dr. Benton.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and, Dr. Hooper. And so I am looking and I need a motion.
Sorry.
That's okay, it's 3.2.7.
I forgot that when you pulled it off, you had to. Exactly. Okay, Madam President, I'm back. I will make a motion. I motion that we accept the report of the abrupt program closure and the current situation for students following the September 20th, 2022 closure of the Aspen University Baccalaureate Degree Nursing Education Program in Austin, Texas, as noted in the attached letter and board order.
This is Allison Edwards. I'll second the motion.
Thank you. It's on a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? And if not,
Was the Dr. Gabriel, I saw something, was he going to present or say something along this or no? I thought he was gonna send a letter or something, or no?
So he submitted the teacher plan that's in the attachment. to the
Okay,
report.
gotcha, that's his.
Sometimes they'll submit a narrative, but my observation is that there's narrative in the teacher plan.
Right, exactly, okay, that's brilliant, thank you.
yes, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to catch up. I closed it and I'm like, why did I do that? Okay, so, I also don't have my schedule. It is the whole meeting like I've had for virtual, so I'm having to shuffle papers. And so, now we'll take a vote. So, I need for and against. So, Mr. Chambers,
Darrell Chambers for.
Laura Disk,
Laura Dis for.
Carol Garcia,
Carol Garcia for.
Macy Jamison,
Macy Jameson for.
Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson for.
Kathy Liederhorn,
Kathy Liederhorn for.
Dr. Edwards,
Allison Edwards for.
David Sacedo,
David Dozell for.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott for.
Dr. Sharp,
Tyrone Sharp for.
Kathy Shep, myself for, and Rick Williams.
Rick Williams for.
The motion carries. It's unanimous. Thank you, board members. Okay. So at this point, I did want to say something. I wanted to recognize Ken Johnson received his bachelor degree
Thank you.
in August. And so from where I started to say it, and I was like,
Tyler.
yes, UT Tyler. So we've got, so I'm trying to talk to him about going on. I don't know, because Emily needs a rest first.
family vacation first.
So good for him. I'm always excited when our board members have accomplishments as well. So good job. Okay, so now we go to the end. I like it when we get to the nines. We have 9.1, which is the board evaluation. And so I tried to, I didn't get as many, so you guys, you know, you just get out here and you haven't given me an evaluation, and so, for this one, I just had 6. And I think almost the majority were here, so,
50%.
well.
There is a director of enforcement in this.
So, you know, I want all those good, you know, as every time as a teacher, you get evaluations, you always look at the ones that aren't good, not all the good ones. So anyway.
You should be 50%, but if they're all good.
Yes, so the agenda was clear, sent in a timely manner. As always, Patricia did a great job, and board development was one of the statements. I guess we did, I sort of kind of struggled with some of the board development. So, but we got that today, so that was good. All members were prepared, members were very well prepared, members are prepared. And, you know, it may look like I'm saying the same thing, but this is what was written. If anybody made a statement, so I do always put those things. The report's very clear, presented in a manner that's easy to follow and understand. Excellent detail, explanation of LAR and requests for increases, Mr. Mark. And staff reports are concise, to the point, and presenters very knowledgeable about their subject matter. So, we just appreciate that so much. I know we say it every time, but it's true. We appreciate you, staff. Avoiding into administrative management details, Kathy continues to do a great job in guiding the meeting. So thank you for that. A diversity of opinions, board members and staff present themselves in professional, respectful manner, super productive discussion on quality of ED and board surveys and how we measure effectiveness. That was our evaluation of ourselves and Kathy Thomas, and so it was good. And chair guided the meeting, so it's all okay. Future, identify board development opportunities. And I just have to say again, Mark, that was great today to have her come. That was so good and relevant, and I love those innovative things. And he said he was going to see about putting it in the bulletin.
Oh, great.
Wouldn't that'll be so great to get it out in the whole state for people to know about. So I didn't even know there was street medicine.
Yeah.
And now, the street nursing. All members were present. Members should not miss over 2 meetings each year. And we were missing 3 members. So that is the rule that is expected because each position is important. And it's if that person who represents that area is missing, they're missed. Everyone is valued on here. No one is any more important than the other. So this is really instituting 2 missed meeting enforcement since we're no longer meeting virtually. So the meeting began and ended on time, late start IT. So it was good. So we didn't have that today. I'm sure Daryl was happy as well that we could not have the IT issues. The IT team worked hard on IT issues. Hybrid format poses consistent unavoidable issues. Started late, had trouble logging in. Again, the meeting room was conducive for work. Room was cold. Better after lunch. We turned off the fans this morning because it seems so cold in here. I don't know if some of you are hot, but we left them off. This lady suggestions, looking forward to having all members here in person, which has been great. We're missing home, but excuse me. That has been good, and looking forward to the new building. But this is a hobby building. It's been fun.
Yeah.
So
It's an understatement.
oh my gosh. I think I'm allergic to this building. Yeah.
You think?
Yeah. So it was good. So please give me your evaluations if you can before today. And
Tricia needs her 25.
and yes, and I have that down on here. We need to get the 25. So we didn't give it to her because we haven't been meeting in person. But every year, for those that are new, we've always said in October, given 25 for the next year. So we have all these goodies over there. So you can give her, don't forget to give her your money. And now we'll move on to 9.5, which is the election of the board vice president. And I was going to give Allison a chance to speak. So we have this great picture and her story here. Is there anything else that you wanted to say?
No, the board members, I would appreciate the opportunity to actually exercise being a vice president, since when I was, prior to my being elected last time, we went right into COVID. So we were all doing virtual meetings, and some of the primary responsibilities of the VP include doing the annual evaluation for both the ED and the board itself. And I think you may recall in the July meeting, we talked about revising that form, and I value, we will revise that form, make it better, make it, more descriptive of what we want to measure our effectiveness on. And, I'm your humble servant, should you choose to vote me in.
Thank you. Thank you, Allison, for saying that you will serve again. So I was going to see if I brought those forms. Let's see. So the board vice president will review and provide feedback to the staff on the board meeting minutes, to review the agendas for upcoming meetings and provide feedback to staff, and participate in the board meeting pre-briefing with the board president and the executive director. And besides what she was saying about the evaluations. And I was trying to see about, well, I have the instructions here for that. So I guess I don't. I was looking for the instructions. I didn't know if you just do. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So the election shall be decided by a simple majority of the members present, and voting shall be conducted by either show of hands or voice vote. So you don't have to go to the board docs. Okay. So all those in favor of having Allison as our vice president for another 2 years, raise your hands.
Aye.
And it's unanimous. We'll aye. So thank you. Thank you very much. On the record to show that it was 100%. Ms. Patricia. And so, wow. So it's 4:11. Okay, Thomason, I didn't know we would be able to do that. So it's 4:11. And if no one has anything else to say, we will adjourn, but we might talk about in the morning all the things.
Okay, I was just gonna say, maybe make an announcement about the fiscal address before we adjourn.
And are we, just so I'll know, the reason that it's just one day now is because of the consent. So we don't anticipate it going back to, remember we used to.
I remember. Yeah, well, sometimes we do board development too on Fridays.
Yeah.
So we might, like we're doing tomorrow, have other things that we're engaged in. And so if it's necessary, we can go back to 2 days or a day. We have to do it right now before. No, I think the consensus I'm hearing from the group that it likes to finish in a day, and then there's other little things they can do.
Stay till 7.
Before they have
Good. We can stay here till 7.
I think we also have to think about.
And I've said again, Patricia can cook again. It was wonderful.
I do think that we have to think about too, the fact that we have to make those reservations for the rooms. And if we can't cancel the rooms, it has to be paid for. And if the member doesn't stay in the room, the member has to pay for it, the board can't pick up that price. And so the coming and going, you know, and I know things happen, but you know, with this the financial, physical part, Mark, correct? Or is that a Kizzy thing or whatever it is, you know, for auditing. So I think, you know, we're trying to see if we're gonna be able to finish by that time, if people can get flights out or whatever. But it is important to be here for the whole meeting and not miss, because we have to consider you absent if you're not here for the whole meeting. So there's some little nuances that go with that. And so everybody just has to be clear about that. You know, it's not what we want, but in trying to look at it and try to let everybody know in advance the time We can dismiss, so today is 4:14, we did not even get to go through this early.
So board members, tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, you will report to get the DPS office your badges. Is it DPS? Patricia?
No, it's CFC.
TFC. You know, we're under new management now, so we have to get used to all the people who are in charge. TFC will issue the badges at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. You'll be there if you need your badge, and then,
Requires pictures or no pictures?
Yeah, they're gonna do.
They are gonna do pictures.
And take your old badge with you.
So TFC is at the new building and they're doing the badges at the new building. Where is TFC?
The email.
Gotcha, okay.
You just have to look at that email.
The email, okay.
And you also have the map and the address. If I say off the top of my head, like 1700 San Jacinto or 1800 San Jacinto.
That's where we used to go.
It tells you which door to go in, also parking garage R. And did you give Patricia your car with your license?
Oh, shoot.
She's got to have that to give them, or
I'm
you're gonna take that.
I'm going right now. As soon as we're done.
Have a rental car today, give that rental information to Patricia, put it in the license plate number, so that she can, make sure they don't take it to you tomorrow in garage home. Okay? And then the map she sent me shows you where the running hour of the building is. Our address is 1801 Congress Avenue, same zip code, Boston. We're in the George H.W. Bush building, it's printed in big letters on the building. So look at that, we're on the 10th floor. But when you come in, if your badge doesn't work, staff come down and help you.
But this is another thing, so when you're going there, you go to 18th Street and Brazos. And so 18th and Brazos, because there's construction all the way around, you can't get any other place. And then you walk up a little sidewalk and across a little bridge to get in. So you've got to be at 18th and Brazos, and that's what you have to tell your Uber or whatever. So when we're walking, we still need to walk to 18th and Brazos from that to
From Badging to
parking garage. We stay in the same parking garage to come to the new building.
The address is 1711 San Jacinto Boulevard.
That's where TFC.
That's where we're to be at 9 a.m. Go with your old badge, driver's license. Picture ready.
Yes, and so then we'll walk over.
It's the same parking lot that you're gonna be parked.
Yes.
If you're gonna park to go to that address, you're parking in the same parking lot that you're going to our building.
Yeah, it's not
Garage
moving
R.
there, so we'll walk from that building to
18th and Brazos.
18th and Brazos. And so we are having a little celebration, so we get there 9-ish from being done and get over there 10-ish. And
I
so
want to pass these down.
we'll do that, and then we can meet, there'll be about 20 staff there, so we're excited to be able to, not all the staff, but so we're excited to get to do that as well. So, everybody good? Read your email, that's why Patricia gave us a 3-page email with all of the steps to take, okay?
It's looking like the conference center and the conference, room in the building will not be available for reservations anytime soon. Because the conference center has not been opened, the reservation center has not been opened. And the conference room that's gonna be built out as a boardroom in our building has not had any construction done on it. Beams and ceiling and everything. So they tell us it's coming, but I'll still be able to see it. So I think we're gonna plan for at least January, April to be in other facilities in town. We're looking at the pickle center right now for the January meeting, but we haven't firmed up our agreement. So we're having to check out the pickle center and see what we want to do. So look forward to kind of moving around a little bit at the beginning. And for purposes of hotels in January, we're gonna let you know as soon as possible, but we're probably have those hotels that go in because we're moving to the center.
And the Pickle Center, so easy to get to,
Easy park.
easy parking, lots of hotels, and that was my question. If we would be making our reservations in January, but you'll tell us as soon as we know location wise, so we can do that.
Do I need the address of the meeting center? Is that what you're looking for, so you can locate what's up in that area? Let's send it.
We'll send an email because we are for sure that that's what we're doing. We think we are. Yes, it's a huge conference center, really easy to get to.
Pickle.
It's associated with the University of Texas.
Yes, yes. So we have our APRN meetings there for our group, and I think Summit, the Summit was there. So
It's closer.
easy. Okay.
Yeah, I know what it is.
$5 to Patricia, and then we'll see everybody at 9:00 in the morning.
Don't forget to say goodbye to the building on your way out.
Yeah, good riddance.
Yes.
20.
This was up in 2009, 200th anniversary. We had